The best damn 90 that you ever done seen. Fuck top 5 90s and fuck top 3. I'm the number one 90, don't fuck with me. Fuck any of the 90s, since they better than Ravine. Cause I'm 85 years old, 85 years cold, 85 years with my family on my back, so I'll last everybody on my fucking haters. Don't know me now, then you never know me later. Say, woo! I be in an elevator to the top, go and find your own way there. Drinking hella water, pour for me by my waiter. Not just anyone, but the hair fucking major. At the top where it means, got a green ring, get me looking nice. Rap on the show just in case I go to waste, but you never catch me, better just catch sace.
Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Look around for you. Make a sound for you.
This a 90 anthem, champion of the bantam. Weight class, walk past, and hold you for ransom. Got a grandson that's handsome and handsome. Spends his income on dim sum to fill time. You talking retention. Me, I'm talking expansion. Got the whole squad, yeah, keep 'em in detention. And I'm not in the process of taking no tension. So, gather round now, celebrate me. I'm your boss, I'm your fucking honey. Got the dark dream bitch, so don't fucking try me. Don't need a nano, cause I'm living my J. Kitty my J. Run this whole city like a rummy on me. Stay sending people up, I'm seeing the shiny. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guane.
Bow down for you. Look around for you. Make a sound for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Look around for you. Make a sound for you.
Go ahead, make a rap for your night.
It's a rap.
Hit the ground, spin the rack for your night.
Spin the rack.
Come through, give a dab to your nutty. If you're really feeling good, spin the track for your night. Go ahead, make a rap for your night.
It's a rap.
Hit the ground, spin the rack for your night.
Spin the rack.
Come through, give a dab to your nutty. If you're really feeling good, spin the track for your night.
I need to, I know I know I know I know
Oh. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, we did it. We did it. No, we didn't do it. Oh, fucking Christ. Why is it like this? Microphone, streamer, X, noise gate active. Doesn't feel like the noise gate is active. Okay. We hear you. No, I know you can hear me. I'm fixing it right now. Hold on, maybe this is better. That didn't change anything. What the hell? Okay, just mild static. I don't know where it's coming from. Are you in Hong Kong? No. Yeah, I can see that there's mild static. I just don't know where the fucking static is coming from. Haven't been able to identify it. The mic is picking it up, but I don't know where it's coming from. That's what's so strange about this predicament. Anyway, I'm live and alive, folks. You already fucking know. It's not the music. No. See, look, there's no music. I have something. Like, there's a little bit of noise, but I don't know what it is. Anyway. There's just some issues as always. Obviously, no matter what it is, no matter what I do, when I'm doing my away streams, there's always something going on. Anyway, I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. You sound different. Yeah, it's because I'm tired. You killed Will's chatter stream streak. Oh, I know. I started it on his fucking stream. I know. It's 5 a.m. here, guys. It's fucking 5 a.m. here. It's 5 a.m. here. I need you to understand. It's 5 fucking a.m. here. And I stream for 12, 13, 14 hours every single fucking day. Okay? I'm sorry. Every fucking morning, dude. Honestly, I think it's chat being the same fucking spoiled babies that you always are. It's just I can't deal with it. I know. It's just that normally I think plenty of chatters behave like little fucking babies all the time. And it's just that in the morning when I wake up at 4 a.m., take a fucking shower, try to cram as much information into my brain as possible, and then like go live. And then I hear like 1,000 fucking mentally stunted, emotionally adolescent 35 plus year olds fucking chirping at me. It just makes me want to kill myself. You know, that's just what it is. Normally, when people do that, I think it's fine. Normally, when people do that, it's fine because I can deal with it because it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't really give a shit. But I think when paired up with the combination, when you combine the factors, I'm turning the fucking chat off. When combining with the factors of sleep deprivation and all this other stuff, I think it turns into a much bigger nuisance. So I think I'm just gonna rip the streams in the beginning, in the mornings. I mean, there's only 3 more days left of this, so unfortunately, I'm feeling very sad. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, for the next 3 days, I'm just not gonna have the chat on in the mornings, and then I'll fucking have the chat on later. Because I can't stand some of you motherfuckers. And I think a lot of you motherfuckers in the chat know who all of these motherfuckers are. Some of you can't help yourselves. Anyway, yeah, I went live on Will's channel this morning. Obviously. Yeah. Because this is the infrastructure. Like I bring this backpack and all this shit so that everyone can use it, you know? And unfortunately, sometimes mistakes happen. I'm sure they won't mind. Anyway, it's Wednesday, November 19th, 1:22 p.m. in Pacific time. Here in Chengdu. This is our last day in Chengdu, by the way. It is actually 5:22, Thursday. 20th of November, 5:23 now, a.m. And this is our last day in Chengdu. And let me tell you, chill ass Chengdu. I absolutely love it. Chengdu is goated. It's amazing. I'm annoyed. What else is new? I'm annoyed with my output. No Instagram posts. I just focus so much on streaming. And I rely too much on the HasanAbi Industrial Complex. I don't post anything. I don't post anything on my fucking Instagram. I don't post anything on my TikTok. Or I guess my TikTok team is just slow to pull the trigger, which is kind of shitty. But what are you going to do? But like we've been pumping out so much endless amounts of content, like literally nonstop. Every single day. And I feel like I'm not circulating it enough. So I'm frustrated on that front. But overall, this has been an incredible trip. An incredible fucking trip. I love it. Even though I haven't gotten too much sleep. I haven't gotten enough sleep at all, let's be real, but I've been so happy. The only times where I'm not happy is honestly at 5 a.m. when I first start the stream. That's it. That's the only times where I'm not happy. Because I get started on the stream and immediately am inundated with like the biggest micromanagers, even though I love all of you and I can't do what I'm doing. The obviously like the superficial aspects of my job, which, where I get a tremendous amount of admiration from a lot of people, and also the financial aspects of this job. All of you guys who support financially by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. But outside of that, the no IRL stream, Mr. Piker of Hasan. This is what I mean. I just turned the chat back on and I'm like, dog, I don't know what to say. Is fucking 5:30 in the morning. Why are you worried about posts on IG and TikTok? As you said, you pumped a lot of content through endless streams. Okay. Here, well, let's do a little inside baseball. I am currently trapped in an ecosystem where I'm basically an island. Okay? I have a lot of friends, and it's great. And that island is big. It's very big. It's one of the biggest islands in the streaming world, right? It's one of the top 10 largest islands, but it's an island nonetheless. And the problem is we're partitioned off from the rest of the world. We're partitioned off from the rest of the world because anytime this island travels, like the natives of this island travel to other islands, okay, and to show friendship and collaboration, the enemy islands come in and seize in on the waters and start making it, uninhabitable for all of the other surrounding islands. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, in order for this community to just not stay the same fucking size and consistently expand and spread the good gospel of socialism, I have to expand. Right now, I'm not doing enough on that front. Do not quit. You sound like you want to quit. Please, you cannot leave us. What? No, I'm not going to quit. What are you talking about? You need to know something. Like, I'm super stubborn. Echo chamber must be broken. It's not necessarily an echo chamber, but it's just tough. Penny rolls us on. Yeah. Speaking of not tough, though, God, I'm going to be honest. Dude, China has been incredible. Okay? China has been fucking incredible. I think you guys have obviously been enjoying it. The amount of content is incredible. It's vast. It's basically around like 17 hours a day pretty much. There are only a couple hours of the day where I'm not in front of the camera. What is this? Have you considered republishing the Little Red Book? You can purchase it anywhere. It's not like a secret. Quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong is readily available all around. Is it not? I don't think it's like a hard to cop thing. You can read it online at Marxist.org. It was so incredibly relaxing in this political climate to see you goofing around, joyfully visiting China. I hope to visit this year too. Yeah. Yes, you need more TikTok editors. 5 TikToks in 11 days is not good enough. Yeah, we should have been putting out 30 TikToks a day. I'm going to tell Austin Ox to hire one of these like clip farms. We should have been putting out 30 TikToks a day. We would have had at least like 10 of those 30 go super fucking omega viral. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas. It don't matter. Quality over quantity, bro. I get you. No. On TikTok, it's not quality over quantity. On TikTok, it's about speed. And it's about pumping it. It's about flooding the base. Flooding the zone. Anyway, this is fucking boring social media talk. It's not relevant. But how would you compare this trip to Japan so far? Obviously, I love Japan because of the element of familiarity that I have from all of its cultural exports. And of course, I'm talking about anime and movies and all that stuff, right? But in terms of like comparisons to China, I really, really love China. China is the fucking future. China is living in 2050. Okay. It's incredible. It's incredible. I think right now, as an unwashed Westerner, I would say that the number one thing that China has to lock down is basically tapping into like 5,000 years of culture and history it has, modernizing it, and flooding the zone with content. If they had a robust entertainment industry, which they do, but their entertainment industry is very China focused. If they had like similar ambitions of if they had similar ambitions of making, like, Dragon Ball Z is a great example of this, okay? Dragon Ball Z is one of the most internationally relevant pieces of Japanese art. Okay? You might laugh at that, but it's like not even a joke. It's just straight up internationally recognized. Turkish soap operas play a similar role as well. They're not exactly very relevant in America, but like globally, they're very relevant. The problem is nobody knows that that is quite literally Journey to the West. that has a shit ton of elements from Chinese mythology, right? Akira Toriyama said as much. And I think if there were more Chinese works that took on that method of like exporting Chinese culture, Chinese mythology, Chinese history to the rest of the world in a Western facing fashion, it would be a complete dominance for the next 100 years. It would be a century of Chinese dominance. And I think they're already doing that. Because there is a ginormous, it's like, it's, when you land here, it's like, too much would be lost in translation? I don't think so. In terms of global cultural hegemony, there's so much to tap into in terms of Chinese culture. Like the reason why I'm saying this is because we went to the face changing opera thing last night. It was on Caroline's stream, and I don't know if you guys watched, but like after I ended my broadcast, I continued on the Bilibili broadcast, and we were dual streaming. And Will and I were running around, and we went to the industrial part of town, formerly the town of industry, where like a lot of these factories were. And they took those factories and basically turned them into storefronts, right? And it was really cool. It was a really cool experience. It was a really cool area. Can you please pick up the panda, says Valkyrie. God damn it. Oh, fuck. My back hurts from playing a little bit of basketball. You're welcome. Senior citizen stuff? Yeah, no, I'm a senior citizen for sure. Sore back from carrying all those bricks. It's a small thing, but Chinese mangas are growing in the West. It's still not as big as Japanese ones. It was growing for years, practically unknown 10 years ago. Yeah. Bro, the dude you were guarding last night was stacked. I wish you would have asked him his bench. I was the strongest motherfucker on the courts, okay? Let's just hold on. Listen. You want me to talk about basketball? I can talk about basketball. That was my favorite thing I've done in China. Straight up. Okay? My favorite thing I've done in China was basketball. We went to the industrial part of town. We were looking for like clothes. We were looking for like basketball gear so we could go play basketball with the locals. And it was so far my straight up favorite fucking thing. Wow, NBA level performance. They will call him the Great Wall Hasan. The live chat was filled with arguments during the segment, with some insisting the tour guide kept telling the person to making the arrangements how many rounds they had to wait. The person making the arrangements simply said to come and play and had no way of knowing how many rounds were left. And since everyone had a right to play on the amateur court, unfortunately Hasan, when it first arrived, wasn't warmed up yet, played the game and lost, then waited a long time. But thankfully, final ending, very nice. Isn't that how it is in pickup games? They just add another team. And then another. And when Hasan and his group arrived, no, there were a couple different groups that cut us. Okay, there were a couple different groups that cut us. But it's fine. It's all good. Will getting killed on the court. I know. I'm going to talk about that. But anyway, look. Yesterday's streams were so good. We had the panda streams, which was amazing. We got to see the pandas. We got to see the red pandas, which was awesome. We got to see the panda pandas, which was also awesome. Will got crossed up. That was not so awesome, but I mean, he's probably going to go fucking, also you were being racist yesterday? What do you mean? Anti-white racism? No, it wasn't. It wasn't like that. It had nothing to do with us. I'm not even going to get into it. It's fine. But the reason why it was my favorite streams overall, from the pandas all the way to the basketball, is because, and especially the basketball, any Mexicans in China? Seriously? No, it's my favorite thing to ask. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but if
also, I love Penny. Penny is so funny. We love Penny. She's has been a phenomenal tour guide. Very funny. Unintentionally.
You know what?
But like,
you know what, Haas, you should
what if
try
I wore
it out.
the other regular panda hat, and then I walk up to a panda and I'm like, hey, hi, and then the panda,
He's always held a belief that his spirit is akin with a bear's, and he could make peace with one in the wild.
Yeah.
He says this all
if I saw one in the wild, I think like we would dab it up like this, like high five, like that. No, you don't think so?
He has 6 fingers, you have 5 fingers.
I wish she wanted to be on camera. Can you tell us the reason she didn't want to be on? She's shy, brother. What are you talking about? That's it. It's because she's shy. But I have too much content brain. Okay? I have too much content brain. I'm telling you right now, she was phenomenal content. Like the brief moments where you can see me trying to interact with her, you can tell she's so funny. Can you let her know she's iconic? Yeah. She named herself off of Big Bang Theory. I don't know if you guys caught that. She was talking about it. You don't think so?
He has 6 fingers, you have 5 fingers.
I can just do one of these. Like I'll be like, hey, hey, hello.
He's wrong.
It's okay.
So do pandas punch often?
You guys is nothing, right? It's just a joke, right?
No. I mean, I'm being sincere.
We don't agree with what you said.
Can you pull your arm up a little bit more?
It's very dangerous.
Very deep.
Pull your arm up a little bit more. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I can do my lower back.
Also, Penny was saying that
Like, look at this.
Yeah, it's like that. But if you face a panda in the forest, of course you cannot. If they punched you, it's equal to 115 kilograms.
But he wouldn't punch me, is what I'm saying.
Why?
Because I'm chill, like cool.
But it's a wild animal.
I have like a very Chengdu attitude, just like the panda.
But the other wild panda is not in Chengdu. It's in crucial the captive panda.
She's just trying to fucking sincerely explain to me why this is not a good idea. What kind of sound do they make? I don't Penny, what kind of sound does the red pandas make?
There you go.
no, that's not working. No.
They're getting further away.
The locals think you're constipated.
Wait, it just looked over. It just looked over.
No, I'm not trying to make the keeper's voice. I'm trying to talk like a panda. You started a diabolical troll on Austin.
Oh, I am 100% healed.
I told you. It's the secret to everything. You know how many things can be cured with just a little glass of water?
Just a little glass.
Read chat, please.
Just a little glass.
Why? Water is BS. Okay. Come on.
Come on.
So, yeah.
Penny, would you say that the baby pandas are driving more traffic to the exhibit and maybe causing pandemonium?
What is
Pandemonium means madness, but not in a bad way, in a good way. Like, oh, it's chaos, but in a good way. Like, everyone is excited.
Yeah. You mean people see the panda?
No. Pandemonium is an English word that means like exciting, like excitement.
Oh, okay.
But it also it sounds like he's saying panda. It was a pun. He was doing a pun. It's just a. Let's move on. So go on with the pandas.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just.
No. It's a.
No. You're great.
You did. No, that's my Penny. That's my fault.
You're great. It's just
that's my fault.
The Hasan Pike delegation has cut ties with Will Neff once again.
Oh yeah. What is this?
They're being idiots. They're dumb.
No,
They're dumb idiots. What?
Oh!
Are you kidding me?
The good old trusty potato corner.
No, they're dumb moron, idiot, head moron.
Tell Austin there's a new modified Xbox controller that has thrust, flaps, spoiler levels along with landing gear, lever, and yoke. Pandemonium is not good, by the way. I told my Nepali students about your stream and the origin of Panda today. Lamau, they loved it and wanted to see a clip. Hell yeah.
What is happening out here?
Oh, nothing. My shirt got caught on something.
His shirt got caught. Yeah,
There's some sauce that got
a tree branch ripped his shirt.
The humor lost in translation is so endearing. Yo, these clips are amazing. Yes, this is what you guys are missing out on if you don't watch the IRL streams. Bilibili netizens adapting Lemon Bro Hank Pecker talking points.
Breaking news from the United States of Israel. Donald Trump forced a Coca-Cola company to use real sugar in Coca-Cola. Meanwhile, China built another 7,000 new bridges. I heard it from HasanAbi. He's traveling in China right now. But I mean, who cares about the fucking bridges? It's so boring. The great people in the United States of Israel, after they paying a lot of tax, when they're hungry, they can just drink a bottle of Coca-Cola and watch Netflix.
Are you fucking kidding me? No, that's crazy. Oh no. Oh no. He's right. He's fucking right, dude. Who cares about infrastructure? Who cares about improving people's lives? I'm going to tell you another fucking devastating thing, okay? I have been asking Chinese people around my age this one question, and I think if you guys ever end up traveling to China, or if you ever end up, talking to someone who is from China sincerely about this, it will break your brain. Finish the clip. Hold on. I will. Okay.
That is democracy. That's how fancy it is. That's capitalism. When you compare to capitalism compared to democracy, China just look like an old nerd. Oh my God, so boring bridges. I hate China.
Jesus Christ. I've seen this dude's videos before. He's very funny. But he's right. He's cooking. Okay, so One thing, if you ever have the opportunity, I mean, there's hella Chinese people studying abroad. So you can just like ask them this question. If you are, if you ever interested in depressing yourself, no, not the Kissinger thing. No, ask them if they have any issues with affordability. Every single Chinese person around my age and younger that I have asked this question has looked at me like, what do you mean? It's an entirely separate planet. Okay? No, I'm serious. Ask anyone who's under the age of 35 in the Western world, hey, do you have issues with affordability? They go, of course. What do you mean? Everything is so fucking expensive. Like rent is so expensive. You know, regular goods are so expensive. Ask any Chinese person under the age of 35, if you ever have the opportunity to visit China, or if you ever have the opportunity because you know some people from your school or something, okay? Ask them if they have issues with affordability. They look at you like you got 3 noses and 8 eyeballs. They're like, what? What do you mean? That was the most black pilling moment for me. Okay? That was the most black pilling moment for your boy. For me, when I realized that this is not even remotely a part of their day-to-day existence. That's when I was like, yeah. No, I get it. This isn't to say that there aren't issues. Of course there are. Number one, China propagandas. No, I mean, if you consider this to be propaganda, then, it's copium. Remember the video that we watched? Remember the video that we watched about China's major problem, which is that their goods are too affordable? You've been to tier 1 cities after a housing crash amid deflation. Technically, Chongqing and Chengdu are not real tier 1 cities, by the way. I think I liked it more for that reason, for the record. Name one problem then, respectfully. I mean, I have. It's just there are many repressive aspects. It's not like a Western country at all in terms of the social libertarianism that we have in the West. And I think a lot of people who have grown up in that world will not be able to comprehend it and will actually get annoyed by it. 100%. There are tier 1 cities, but China has 4 S-tier cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Sorry, what is meant by a tier 1 city? China has like a tier system. China has a tier system for their cities. And because everything is performance-based, whether it be local governance or even like the way that they fucking rank their cities. It's really funny. They tier list everything. And their cities also have a tier list. And the thing is, like, technically there's only 4 tier 1 cities, but Chongqing and even Chengdu are like not officially recognized as tier 1 cities, but they are tier 1 cities, if that makes sense. Like they've developed quite a bit. There's a bunch of other cities. There's a bunch of other cities as well, but I think it goes from like 1 to 4, right? I think the other part of the The other part of like the youth issues is it's not around affordability necessarily, but it's around like job opportunities from what I understand. Like there is definitely that. Tier 1, new Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. What would you consider S-tier cities in the States? New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago. Tier cities aren't official. It's done by economic publications, but it got popularized by private observers. I think there's only one system of ranking that is technically official, if I'm not mistaken, and I think it's like, I don't know. I think it's like the New York would be a tier 2 city at best. No. New York City is still one of the greatest cities on the planet. Come on. Let's be real. LA has a lot of issues, but you can't say that about fucking New York. Come on, dude. New York City is one of the greatest cities on the planet. You're ridiculous if you don't recognize that. It's not just about, like, I mean, there's a shit ton of issues, but, you know, aside from like the infrastructure problems and whatnot, New York City is still one of the greatest cities on the planet for its cultural output, for its relevance, you know? Boston always left out. Philadelphia left out. Boston left out. I know. Seattle left out. Voice crack. Have you ever heard of Tel Aviv? Yuck. Hong Kong is a lot more capitalistic than the rest of the country. Lots of our programs lag behind. Pollution, EV, landlords control, social help, landlords social affordability is almost talked about every day on TVB, local news channel. Yeah, I've heard. I was also shocked to find out that I think for Chinese nationals from the mainland, they still need a passport. I thought Hong Kong was like integrated. I thought Hong Kong was integrated, but it's still considered like foreign travel, which is pretty wild. Yeah. It's still a separate entity. See, that's more New York coded than like Shanghai is. Yeah, no, Hong Kong is I mean, it was under like a lendership agreement to the UK. So it's developed and designed as like a Western country, or it looks like it's very, very Western. Yeah. Like, we in America, as American citizens, we have visa-free travel to Hong Kong. This argument is insane to me because Europeans also need a passport. I thought literally every country needed one. No. Hong Kong, if you recall, Hong Kong was on an extended lendership agreement that is slated to end in like a couple decades. Hong Kong's in a 50-year transition period after the original lease agreement ended in 1995. Yeah. Hong Kong is supposed to be fully integrated by 2047, and the Chinese government made an effort to accelerate that process, like to accelerate the integration process. That's why there were a lot of protests, if you recall. But I thought that, wrong, EU, you don't need a passport. You can travel with your national ID card as well. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna be going there. You were gonna explain why basketball was their number one activity. Sad they lost their democracy. I'm not gonna say anything. But in cities, for city-born people, affordability is much better than the West. But for large migrant worker population, those who live outside the major cities, it can also be quite expensive. You are right, though, because of no inflation. China's being main issue is unemployment rather than the cost of living, which is comparatively better than the West, which isn't doing much better on unemployment as well. Yeah. Also, in the West, we have a way to shelter our numbers in a way that actually makes it seem legit, even though it's actually somewhat illegitimate. It's called underemployment. That is a huge problem in the West. We look at the unemployment numbers in the United States of America, yet we never consider the underemployment numbers, even though underemployment paired up with massive inflation is a ginormous issue. It's a ginormous fucking problem. What is this panda joke? Oh.
Panda said,
you got to listen to this. This is where Penny cooked.
oh, you want me to pay for the money? The waiter said, yeah, go pay for the bill. The panda said, oh, you want me to pay for the money? The waiter said, yes, Mr. Panda. So the panda take out a gun, shoot waiter. Shoot waiter. Yeah, shoot. Okay, shoot the waiter.
Oh, he's American panda.
Not American. Maybe an American panda. Okay. So everybody's scared, right? So the manager take a risk, catch the panda again. You didn't pay for the money, right? And you shoot my waiter. Why? So the panda say, dear manager, finish your job, and when you go back to your home, find a dictionary, check the meaning of the panda in the dictionary. So he finish your job and he back to home and he found a dictionary. Say panda is the animal eat bamboo shoots and leaves.
Penny. Yeah, we love you, Penny.
She's the goat. She's the goat. I mean, who can do it like that? Is that a BYD? No. The cars that we've been driving around in was actually literally given to us by the company, and I brought it up already. It's called Zeekr. I still don't know exactly how to say it. Zeekr or something, but yeah, it's called Zeekr. Zeekr. I heard Calvin won't be joining you guys in Hong Kong, so we're gonna miss him. Yeah, they didn't, because we added Hong Kong. We added Hong Kong instead of Shenzhen, even though we will be going to Shenzhen. And they don't have the Calvin and Ito are not going to be joining us. On that leg of the trip for the next 3 days. Doug DeMuro needs to go to the China. No, we don't own the fucking cars, man. It's visa related. That's when I found out that that is when I, like I said, found out that if you're in mainland China, you still need additional clearances to travel to Hong Kong. Like, it's not like going to another city. Like, it's not like going from Beijing to Shanghai. It's crazy how fast the trip ended. I know. Wait, so did you guys fly into Hong Kong and not get a visa for China? What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with us. We're, as Americans, we don't even need a visa to go to Hong Kong. We needed a visa to go to China, okay, like mainland China. We don't need a visa to fucking go to Hong Kong. Hong Kong travel as an American or a Westerner is incredibly easy. How far is Chengdu from Hong Kong? It's like a 3-hour flight. Are you planning an annual trip to China from now on? Yes, 100%. No, girl. I just meant, did you need a visa for your China trip? I heard you can avoid by going through Hong Kong. I don't think that's the case. I think you absolutely need to get a visa for going to China. That sounds insane. Maybe that's the case. You really look like LeBron with that jumper. Okay, I'm annoyed. I didn't get to talk about basketball and why I like it. The reason why the basketball was my favorite part of what we've done so far, is because, one, I was starving for some kind of physical activity. All we've done in terms of physicality has just been walking around, right? So doing something like that was awesome. But the other reason why it was my favorite activity is because that was the closest I felt to the locals. Okay? That was the closest I felt to the locals. The reason why I'm saying this is because it's a universal experience and it's person-to-person contact. There's cooperation. There's competition. It is the most, cutting out the middleman, direct fucking interaction you can have with regular ass Chinese people. It is a universal language. And obviously, it's a universal language that I at least know how to speak because it's basketball. But remember, there are many other universal languages out there. There are many other universal languages that you can that could be in your realm of interest, like whether it's music, whether it's the arts, whatever, right? But that's what it is. That's the reason why I loved it. You can speak basketball as well as I can speak Turkish. Some of these Chinese dudes were brawling as fuck. Yeah, this guy was pretty strong. Okay, and I also need to explain something to you guys. Okay, first of all, they were hacking. They were hacking like a motherfucker. Number two, I came in hot, cold as a motherfucker. I hadn't shot a basketball in weeks. What do you want me to do? Weightlifting is super popular in China, which is why they dominate the Olympics. No, I know weightlifting is super popular in China because there were motherfuckers that were yacked out of their goddamn minds. Yes. Billy chatters say, we will use all the bricks that Hasan gave us to build a new Great Wall. I'm getting cooked international style up in this bitch. You made 60% of your shots. Chad is just lying at this point. The locals can't even hit threes, all layups. No, some of the locals were wet, dude. They were hitting them threes. But I knew they were going to be good, for the record. I knew that they were going to be good. You made America look bad. Therefore, you made LeBron look bad. The first game I played was bad. I took a couple shots. I bricked them pretty bad. I bricked him pretty bad.
Oh, come on, Haas. Give me one more game.
But I hate that I like that they literally only showed the shots I fucking didn't make. That's it. In my second game shot performance was I missed what? I got fouled. I got fouled here. The first one was clean. Second one was a foul. And I carried a little bit. Chatter shitting on you, didn't even watch. I know. Clipped out of context is universal. No, my second game, I missed two. I missed one shot here. The other shot I got fouled. Here, this one I got fouled. Like he pushed me with his arm, this one. And then I made two. They are balling in pants? Yeah. Did Will make the news with how cooked he got? You can't see from any of the angles that we were shooting on. So we'll see if if the Doyen angle looks crazy. Where was the court in Chengdu? I went to Sichuan University for a semester, and every night you had people play until like 2 a.m. Is Will still with us after the international debacle? Yes. But like I said, I loved it because you played really good on defense. They were definitely trying to test you and see if they could score on a big guy. No, I know. You can't see from the Austin angle what happened to Will, but it was bad.
Yeah. What how do you say? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They said penalty.
That's what I'm saying. Big. Got her back some more. Here we go. Come on, Will.
Thank God he missed. Oh, someone posted it on Douyin? Bro got so excited that he just like whiffed it. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, it was crazy, dude. That's so much worse. Yeah, you have no idea how bad it... I mean, I saw it right then and there. Yeah, he got his shit swiped. Man, I love basketball diplomacy. Yeah, we saw panda diplomacy. We saw basketball diplomacy. Now listen. In fairness, Will is wearing CrossFit shoes. And also, that was a slippery ass court. Okay? Did anybody link this yet? What about some UN diplomacy once in a while? What's up with that? We're done with that. Now the court was slippery, Lamau. No, it was. I thought the court was slippery as hell. I thought he fucking slipped. Maybe he didn't. I don't know.
Wait, that was a private moment. Well, how did you? What?
Oh my God.
That's
you guys
weird.
Are getting,
that
like,
you,
so. I don't know.
That's weird that
Watching
you
the pandas roll around. And
why were you? That's weird that you filmed that private moment.
It was cute. It was cute.
Not
You guys
supposed to
were,
be on
like,
camera.
up
That
each
was
other's
just for us to enjoy and appreciate.
That's what they show the pandas so that they can.
You had a really nice jumper fadeaway. Is there a clip? I had 3 nice jumper fadeaways, but of course there's no clip of them because my fan base fucking despises me. Okay? Do you want to know why there's no clip of that? Because there's only clips of me missing. There's no clip of me cooking dudes. I had 2 points off me the entire 2 games. I played crazy defense. I locked down their big men both times. But of course there's no clip of my fucking successful shots or blocks or good defensive posture. It was 2 to 3 a.m., fool. No, of course not. This is the most you'll get. The most you're going to get is me bricking. Okay? The most you're going to get is me bricking. Because, and this is why I always say, why have haters when you can get fucking fans to do the work of the haters every damn time, okay? Every damn time. B-Ball Chatter said you did good, D, I believe. Listen, bro, you're lucky any of us even watch the basketball. This is a nerd zone. Here's your full second game, only 10 minutes. Oh, they uploaded this already. Hasan and Will got cooked.
The Hassan Pike delegation. Oh, sorry. With the MVP.
My first, it was also Will stream. Yeah, it was Will stream. Lemon Bro being sour. Everyone loves a defensive posture clip. I mean, we didn't get to play enough, unfortunately. We know how good you can play. This wasn't your day, bro. I know. I wish it was fun. It was good. It was fun. We do not care about basketball, Unc. When you first walked in the court, the entire place turned around. Your stature convinced them the whole place was about to get cooked. Yeah, except I was cold as shit. You know? Remember, at that point, I was on like hour 10. Wake up at 4 a.m. Do fucking 8 hours of streaming. Haven't touched a basketball in almost a month. Go into this fucking Chinese court cold. Yeah, of course I whiffed it. That's why I'm sad. I mean, I'm not sad. I had a fucking great time. Who gives a shit that I sucked? It was more about the experience itself. And we did actually get to connect with the locals in a very meaningful way. LA coward, you warmed up? What do you mean? I didn't get to fucking warm up at all. You had 9K viewers on BDVD during the game? Damn. You said 2 weeks ago, now it's a month? No, I mean, I haven't said anything. I haven't done any physical activity in 2 weeks. Doing flight reacts, b-ball replays is really funny. Yeah. I like how you gave your shoes to the guy. Yeah, I wasn't bringing them. I wasn't bringing those shoes back. I don't have enough space. Oh, also, I went and got a Chinese luggage. This is the other thing I was going to say about Chinese commerce in general. I talked about this already, but I usually don't know if I'm like doing this commentary on other people's streams or mine, because on mine, on my stream, ChatGPT, why is this on stop Gaza coverage? Is it temporary while in China? 25 people just died in airstrikes, yet we're going to talk about the Saudi meeting. ChatGPT, okay, take a day off. Stupid. Playing ball should warm you up. Bro, you got unked out Jets. They rusted and barely work. Okay. I was talking about Chinese commerce, right? One thing I've found out is that in China, I think the reason why people care about foreign brands is the same reason why like everybody else around the world cares about foreign brands, obviously. It's like a class signifier, right? A status signifier, but they don't really care about Chinese brands, is because they make everything in China. So the same type of fabric, the same type of patterns is not brand specific at all. People don't purchase clothes through brick and mortar retail at all. They don't even purchase clothes through e-commerce from the website specifically. They just buy whatever they like on apps. They use TikTok as an e-commerce platform, basically. They use TikTok as an e-commerce platform. So like, there's no, at that point, they don't give a shit about the brand at all. They just care about how it looks, right? Yeah, Taobao. They just browse through and they see something that they like and they buy it. And it's insanely cheap. I was talking to Irene and she's like, I can't remember the last time I purchased something in person. She's like, I don't. Like they don't buy shit usually in brick and mortar retail. Brick and mortar retail, she said, was like more for the experience. Is the quality similar to US clothing pre-Shein? Dude, the quality, I can't speak for like Taobao or whatever you purchase there. But the quality of the stuff that I have on, the stuff that I've gotten is insane. It is insanely, like, it doesn't make any sense, especially at the price points that you can get it at. It does not make any sense. You could just go to China and exclusively purchase Chinese brands and redo your entire fucking closet with Chinese brands for like $2,000. I have to obviously purchase shit in person as opposed to online because I can't. Why'd you say stop? No, I'm serious. And the sizes are obviously not super small. I'm wearing fucking Chinese brands. When are you getting that suit? In Shenzhen tomorrow. Bro, $2,000 is 14K RMB. I said, oh, just 2K. Guys, I said your entire, like every single article of clothing you currently own. Some of you motherfuckers act as though over the course of your lives, 20 years, 30 years, you've collected and accumulated an entire closet full of clothing that amounts to like 2 t-shirts and 1 underwear. Like, what do you mean? I'm talking like every single article of clothing you could literally replace. Rich people shit them out. Oh my fucking God. I hate having this conversation. I fucking hate having this conversation because one, Americans are incapable of doing math, as we have found out time and time again. So like they don't understand. And two, every single person in this community loves LARPing. Anytime money comes up, motherfuckers literally have no capacity to understand what I'm saying, and they think I'm being an out-of-touch rich guy. I am saying from underwear to socks to every single shoe that you own to every single fucking article of clothing that you own, from suits, shirts, t-shirts, pants, you could replace for $2,000 total dollars. Okay? And everybody goes, "Excuse me, sir. I actually have all of my clothing is actually purchased from the trash can. I go and sift through trash." I own 2 pairs of underwear and 3 socks. My underwear has holes, buddy. Dog, my underwear has holes in them too, okay? You are not special on that front. Those same chatters probably have like $400 in HasanAbi merch alone. Yeah, most likely. So, yeah, as someone who's poor, I love clothes, and my wardrobe was probably like $5K total, but accumulated over like 20 years. Exactly, that was my point. To be fair, you could do that at the Goodwill for less than $2,000. Yeah, but we're talking about like new shit and high quality. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that it's weird. Like I think like the Chinese netizens in general, if they're purchasing Chinese shit, like if they're purchasing Chinese brands, they don't give a fuck about brands at all. There's no need for like brand recognition because every brand basically can produce the exact same stuff, right? And it's been genuinely shocking to see how high quality it's been. Like, no disrespect, I wasn't expecting like Shein quality at all, but I did not realize you would get like luxury good level quality with like cool textures, cool textile, like, you know, very I didn't think it was going to be like Shein, but, or Temu quality or anything like that, but I didn't realize that it was going to be so high quality. Like here, I'll give you an example. So we had to go and get another Will and I needed a second bag. You need to blast off on Twitter here. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. Actually, I forgot. It's been an hour and 20 minutes because I've been yapping. I'll blast off right now. But luxury does not equal high quality. To be fair, Miu Miu is trash and falls apart. Luxury, yeah, it depends. It depends on the brand. But you're right. You're actually right. A popular Chinese luggage with many different locations? Yeah. China Day 11, Epstein files released. Saudi Arabia meeting, Newsday. Traveling to Hong Kong later. 3 days remaining. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do we have a blast off meme? Wow, this is beautiful. Beautiful artwork. Chatter, thank you. Okay, boom. What is happening in the world? Here, I'm going to get to it. Hold on. Can a white boy... Can't a white boy explain his personal experiences during his travel? Are the clothes all 100% cotton? I don't know. I mean, some of them are. Some of them are not. Here we go. Let's blast off real quick. But yeah, I was going to show you the fucking luggage. So there's this brand called like Level 8. Irene thought it was an American brand. I was like, nah, I think this is a Chinese brand. It just has an American name. We get this, I think it's like 30 kilogram luggage. Hold on, look at it. This was like fucking $200. And remember, we bought it in, I mean, it's a trunk. It's the largest trunk that they have, 30 liters, sorry, not 30 kilograms. It's a trunk. It's sturdy as fuck. And it was like 200 fucking bucks. Luggage is obviously very expensive. No, 200 USD. And and this is still expensive because if you were to purchase this on an e-commerce platform, it would even be cheaper than that. We purchased it in a brick and mortar retail, so it's still more expensive. But it's like it's you know, it's high quality. Like it just is pretty. Is that how you make marshmallow? Yeah, I put them in here. The website says $369.99. Yeah, it's probably more expensive if you go to the website. But in China, if you were to probably purchase on the website, it's like cheaper for Chinese people. But in any case, lots of fun was had. We're going to get started on the news. 30 luggage, not 30 liters. I don't know. I don't know what it... But we're going to start off with the Epstein stuff. And then we'll talk about the Golden Arches and the Golden Age. Olivia Reingold is back at it with no shame. All this good stuff. And no, my mouse suit hasn't arrived yet. I'm going to get it tomorrow in Shenzhen.
Capitol Hill for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. The House and the Senate passed a bill to force the Justice Department to release its files on him. Now, this comes after months of opposition from the president and the GOP leadership, and after years and years of lobbying from Epstein's accusers. Some of them held a very emotional news conference outside the Capitol before the vote. Caitlin Huey Burns is on Capitol Hill with the latest. Caitlin, good morning. It was quite a day yesterday.
Oh, good morning, Gail. Well, this is something we hardly ever see up here on Capitol Hill. Nearly every member of Congress agreed to support a measure that Republican leadership never wanted to take up in the first place. And it was an emotional scene for survivors of Epstein's abuse who were inside the House chamber to witness a vote months in the making.
In the House, it was nearly unanimous. By a 427-1 vote, lawmakers approved a measure requiring the Justice Department to release its files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. all while survivors of his abuse looked on.
We did it!
And just hours later, it sailed through the Senate without objection.
The Senate has now passed the Epstein bill.
The moment marked the end of months-long drama on Capitol Hill.
We've registered our concerns. We stated our opposition as long as possible, but we're also for maximum transparency.
Now, Trump has said he would sign the bill, but he's called the Epstein controversy a distraction.
You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax.
The House Oversight Committee has separately released troves of documents from the Epstein estate, which include an email from 2019 where Epstein wrote that Trump knew about the girls, a claim Trump has denied repeatedly. Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie led the bipartisan effort to force the House vote.
Are you concerned that the president may not release everything, even if this is signed into law?
Well, it's not up to him. Like the FBI director, the DOJ, Pam Bondi, they would be criminally liable. This is why we climbed the steep hill, which is to get the bill passed in the House, the Senate, and to present it to the president for his signature so that it would have the force of law.
The survivors at the heart of this case say their push for transparency is nonpartisan.
While we are grateful for our allies in Congress on both sides, we've realized something. This fight belongs to us.
Now, the Justice Department, once this is signed into law, has 30 days to make these files public. But the president has asked the DOJ to investigate potential ties between some high-profile Democrats and Epstein, which some lawmakers fear could potentially limit what is released. Gail?
Caitlin, thank you very much.
Well, we're going to begin this hour with the congressional vote to force the release of government files on the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. That vote almost unanimous despite months of opposition by many Republicans, among them President Trump. The bill now heads to President Trump's desk. For more on this, how it happened and how it went down, we're joined by our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. Bob, good morning. Thank you for being here. When you think about the campaign and then the White House, President Trump was in favor of releasing the files. Then he appeared to be against it, called it a Democratic hoax. Where's his head now? What are you hearing from inside the White House about how he's reacting to all this?
Good to be with you, Tony. Based on my conversations with people close to President Trump and in a visit to Capitol Hill, it's evident everyone in this administration and Republicans in Congress, they want to move on. Now, there are Republicans like Congressman Thomas Massie, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who want to keep digging into this. But for Republicans, they're feeling a bit of alarm, not so much about the Epstein files, but about not talking about the economy enough ahead of the midterm elections next year.
So this apparent split within MAGA world, what impact do you think this could have, or lingering impact politically on the president?
It's lingering because this is now going to lead to document after document potentially being released. And the administration will get scrutiny about whether there's enough out there about Ghislaine Maxwell and so many other characters that are related to this case in some way. So the questions will continue. Lawmakers expect that inside the Republican Party. At the same time, they feel like they can try to move on now that this has been addressed legislatively.
You know, Bob, some lawmakers have expressed concern that this document release will not be all that revealing because the White House will be able to redact or withhold some material saying there are ongoing investigations. What are you hearing on that front?
What I'm hearing is so many Democrats, should the House Democrats win power in 2026, are going to come back to this issue in 2027, 2028, should they win power in the midterm elections, because there's a real belief among Democrats on Capitol Hill that this Justice Department is too close to President Trump and just won't do enough in terms of disclosure. Republicans have faith in the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, but even some of them privately say this DOJ so close to the president, and they do wonder about the extent of what will be released.
Bob, thank you very much.
Well, the Crown Prince has long been isolated, but President Trump is welcoming him here with open arms, even praising his human...
They didn't do it under Biden. Be for fucking real. Julie K. Brown's take on this is actually interesting. At first, I didn't understand it, but Julie K. Brown was saying that the reason why... I think it's a bit cope, but she was saying that, like, the reason why this wasn't as big as an issue in terms of, like, the files being released is because no one made a big fuss about it, for sure. But also, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was actually being investigated. Quick clip of your fadeaway. Oh, let's go. See, this is what I'm talking about. Give me something good. Just one brief moment of goodness.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about. There you go. Please don't be bait. No, it wasn't bait. It's real. Is this AI? Yeah. Bro, they were... Bro got slippery hands. No knee bands, more power. No knee bands is worse. Ghislaine was found guilty in January 2022. It's major coup to cover up for feckless Democrats. No, I agree. I think Democrats could have sincerely talked about this stuff leading up to the election. I talked about this stuff leading up to the election. I kept repeating that, like, Donald Trump is actually linked to Jeffrey Epstein. If you remember, the Michael Wolff stuff came out right before the election, and the Democrats, not even for a brief moment, utilized it. And I think the reason why they did not utilize it was because of Bill Clinton. They were too busy having Bill Clinton endorse the party to go to Dearborn, Michigan, and talk about how, the historic Palestinian areas are actually technically Judea and Samaria. Okay? I think it's also partially because the Democrats are also directly connected to Israel. It's obvious that with the exception of a couple naysayers, a couple spoilers, a couple loudmouths, specifically on the Republican side, where there's even more impact, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I hate to give them credit for this because their ambitions are probably not so clean, but Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, like with the exception of a couple Republicans, like and a couple Democrats, most people don't want to touch it. Democrats don't want to touch Israel. Jeffrey Epstein is also connected to not only Israel, but also connected to a lot of incredibly powerful donors. Part of the reason why I always say I don't think we're going to actually see the full thing is for that reason. I don't think we'll ever see how deep that well goes. You know? Carl says the files were cleaned because of Trump. I can totally see that happening. I believe it. Thomas Massey says on the floor of Congress, I just spoke on the floor before the imminent House vote on the release of the Epstein files. We must deliver justice for the victims.
He's trying to categorize the pedophiles as victims. He's saying, oh, we don't embarrass the people that went to the rape island. We should protect those names against unreliable accusations. Is he calling all of these victims unreliable? They've testified to the FBI. The FBI has these names in their possession. I asked the FBI director in a hearing, have you looked at the documents? No, he trusts everybody that's been there for decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. I urge my Senate colleagues, do not muck up this bill. The president has already said he will sign it. That means he will sign the bill that we have here today. Do not change this bill. He is ready to sign it. Give it to him. Put it on his desk. Let's get justice for these victims. With that, I reserve.
I think Thomas Massie, despite his freakish ways, being a Republican, like despite, you know, his freak ass attitudes on other shit, on this issue and on Israel related issues, unironically is one of the best congresspersons. I don't know how, I don't know why, I don't. It's actually, it's confusing. Like, if you ask Thomas Massie on other shit, trust me, he's crazy. Guns, gender, whatever, right? Wait, what's his opinion on the Palestine issue? Thomas Massie is one of the most aggressive anti-Israel voices in Congress and has been so consistently. So much so that he's almost, I would say he's like one of the leading voices on this. All right, let's see. My goat, my car guy. Thomas Massie is white Palestinian. Wait, what? No, that's Amash. And Thomas Massie has been Justin Amash was a libertarian Republican congressperson who is actually a Christian Palestinian. And even he wasn't as aggro on Palestine as fucking Thomas Massie has been.
Even in that case, I regret to inform you, you're not going to get to see the full unredacted Epstein files. It's not going to happen. And here's why. We already know there was a DOJ whistleblower who came out and said, and James O'Keefe has the literal video of it, they said, look, we're purging all of the stuff about Trump and Republicans from the Epstein files and leaving in the stuff about liberals and Democrats. And so they're cleaning up those files. Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, came out yesterday and said, they're cleaning the files. They're purging all the stuff of Trump and Republicans out of there. Even in that case, I regret to inform you, you're not going to get to see the full unredacted Epstein files. It's not going to happen. And here's why. We already know there was a DOJ whistleblower who came out and said, and James O'Keefe has the literal video of it, they said, look, we're purging all of the stuff about Trump and Republicans from the Epstein files and leaving in the stuff about liberals and Democrats. And so they're cleaning up those files. Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, came out yesterday and said they're cleaning the files. They're purging all the stuff of Trump and Republicans out of there. Even.
Okay, but why are we trusting James O'Keefe? Yeah, I don't know. If James O'Keefe is a reliable narrator here, but I think it's just mostly, oh my God, so who said Naruto? Stop. Stop. Don't do that. That's crazy. Oh my God. He will be Hokage one day. Believe it. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh no. Uzumaki looking ass. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't unsee it now. He's about to Nanda Tebayo his way out of here, okay? Itadakimasu. He's literally doing it. Itadakimasu. Motherfucker about the shadow clone jutsu. Oh no. I paused him because he's about to shadow clone. I don't want you seeing him shadow clone, you know? All right, today I'm going to be trying out Chongqing Southwest University TCO. Okay? Another fan gift. Someone said there's no tobacco products allowed in Hong Kong. Ooh. Smells pretty good. Kyle is going to love this. Kyle is the go with absolutely no drip. Yeah, only cigarettes allowed. Wait, Hong Kong is just... Ooh, I might have put too much in here. Fuck. Yeah, apparently they have crazy bureaucracy. So they banned all tobacco. So it's not a problem if we have cigarettes in our bags going into Hong Kong. Here it is. I'm asking because Austin has like 1 million cigarette packs in his bag and in his pockets. So it would be very funny if he got stopped by Hong Kong police because he fucking because he doesn't even smoke, but it would be quite funny. Okay. You already know. Performative. I'm on my fucking performative shit. There it is. Got my hourglass here. Plant your Zins in his case? No, Zins are fine. You can travel anywhere the fuck you want to with the Zins. Zins are not a tobacco product. It's a nicotine product. I am a performative tea drinker, as you guys know. I do not have a tea pet. Do you like the one-party system of China? Do you prefer democracy with multiple parties? I don't care however people fucking get infrastructure. That's what I care. Hey, Hasan, random tip. Next time you're in the train in China, through the China Rail app, you can order food for the next stop, and it gets delivered to your seat. Try it out. It was the most insane thing when I was there. I know. I did it. It was awesome. Seeing you in China got me on a oolong tea cake. Hadn't had it since I was there in 06. Forgot how good it was. As a tea connoisseur myself, it's nice to see you truly embracing tea culture. I need a tea pet. Until I have a tea pet, I'm not actually fully embracing tea culture. Feel me? Don't forget to wash the tea, dude. Wait, what? You cannot bring Zin into Hong Kong. Only 19 cigarettes can be imported into Hong Kong. Zins cannot be brought into Hong Kong since they're nicotine products. It's crazy. You gotta wash the tea, fam. I didn't wash this tea. I just fucking dumped it. Make up your mind. Is it nicotine products or tobacco products? I don't know what the fuck these guys are saying, but I think it's probably fine. Okay. With high quality, you don't need to wash. Well, this seems to be high quality, so I did not wash it. Anyway, where was I? We're talking about Epstein. Here's Pam Bondi. Now, remember, with the Epstein files, like, and releasing the Epstein files, like, it doesn't need to go through this process. Donald Trump could personally demand the release of the Epstein files, and the DOJ would release them, right? So the very fact that there's even this back and forth, there's this whole, like, getting the government to force Trump's hand to release the Epstein files, like, all of this stuff is kind of bullshit. What are you loading up to take home? So many like Chinese trinkets, different copies of the Red Book, both in Mandarin and also in English, cool artifacts, clothing. We've bought a lot of, we went and we shopped a lot of Chinese stores. Obviously the shopping is coming to an end as far as Chinese brands goes, because we're going to Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is not very, I think Hong Kong is like very Western. So it'll be like it's going to be like, it's very different is what I've heard. So colonial British looting of artifacts, yes. Hong Kong is like neoliberalism personified, from what I understand. They say it's basically the UK. Bruh Kong. Hong Kong is also incredibly expensive. Also, you guys are talking about importing shit. If I flew into Hong Kong with the amount of Zins I had, maybe they would have considered that importing. But at this point, I have like a couple fucking pouches left. So I don't think they're gonna stop me at the fucking Hong Kong customs to be like, you're importing illegal, like the alternative nicotine products are like they're not smoking. They're not alternative smoking products, chatter. Okay? Like, they're talking about vapes, dummy. And they're talking about vapes in, like, large quantities. Zyn is a nicotine product. It's not a tobacco product. And it's also not even... Also, one of the things that I found out is that, for example, they have rules around, what kind of electronic equipment you can bring, right, onto the flight. Except if they don't know what it is, they just let it slide. Like, I have travel safe batteries. But they don't know what those travel safe batteries are even. They don't even see it as a battery. So they don't even fucking search it. Like they took all of everyone's like personal chargers, like their phone chargers and shit, but they didn't touch any of our big chargers like the LiveU battery packs. And I think it was because they just didn't know what it is. I brought a lot of snus into Hong Kong without a problem. No, snus is not allowed in Hong Kong because it is prohibited as a form of smokeless tobacco. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. First of all, people probably brought their own snus into Hong Kong. But that's not even the point. Because I'm not even fucking bringing... I don't have snus. Zyn is not a fucking tobacco alternative. Zyn has no tobacco in it. I don't know why you guys are fucking debating me on this. We'll find out. And now motherfuckers are posting nicotine is a part 1 poison under cap 138. And part 1 poison can only be sold at a pharmacy under... Fuck. I just sprayed myself with this fucking granulated sugar. God damn it. This compound sugar. Fuck. Look at this. This thing exploded on me. Look. Oh, I just accidentally smacked myself in the balls. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, that hurts bad. Oh, I fucking flicked my nut. I just gave myself the worst nut tap, dude. Fuck me. Right nut. You're dramatic as fuck. I was literally smacking the clothes to get the granulated, or not the granulated, the compound sugar off. Ugh. Okay. Oh, fuck. Why is this thing... Bro, the guy I get my news from just nut tapped himself. I'm so cooked. Yes, you are cooked. It's true. You are cooked. You get your news from this guy. You get your news from a guy who just nut tapped himself. That's how stupid I am. So what does that say about your level of intelligence? God damn. Fuck. Okay. Why do you talk like that? Talk like what? Anyway, let's get to the Pam Bondi situation. Like I was saying, if these guys had any real ambition of releasing the Epstein files without any friction whatsoever, they could have done so at any given moment. Trump alluded to it before, but then acted as though that was not going to be the case. Yeah. He could just do it. He could literally just do it at any point. And the fact that he's not doing that, and he had to be convinced or he had to be pushed into doing that, means that there is definitely going to be some fuckery involved, and I don't trust the Department of Justice. Your Zin addiction is ripping this family apart. Everyone is scared of what will happen when something comes between you and the Zins. True. Don't come for me. I haven't talked about Chiose challenging HasanAbi Head Chi challenging Hakeem Jeffries as a primary challenge, and Zoran and AOC's takes on it so far, but I will, obviously. I'm super familiar with the situation there.
General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and
oh my God, bro, they are so bad. They're so bad, but also they're not even trying. Support, bro. You're not a politician with a coalition building obligations. She would be great for Jeffrey's district. Wait, what? Of course I support Chi. What are you talking about? What? Do you think I'm going to be against him trying to primary Hakeem Jeffries? What the fuck? I didn't even say nothing. Why did you just assume that? Anyway, yeah, when they say new information came out, what they actually mean, and I'll translate it for you, is Donald Trump has given the A-OK. Donald Trump has given the A-OK. And for the record, I was listening to some news coverage on this issue this morning before I got before I went online. And what's really funny about it is that some Republicans are just straightforward. They straight up said, yeah, I was against it. Now Trump wants it out, so I'm for it. Like, there are Republican politicians out there who openly will admit to your face that they initially opposed the release of the Epstein files and now are for it, or at least whatever version will be released. Is just, oh my fucking God, Jesus Christ. It's just Donald Trump. Was Biden able to release the Epstein files while he was in office? Yes. Yes. There was plenty of time for him to release the Epstein files in the aftermath of the Ghislaine Maxwell investigation's conclusion. After the court proceedings, he could have just like fucking dumped all of it. They didn't do it. They didn't even use it as an attack line against Donald Trump, in spite of the new information that had come out from Michael Wolff's reporting, literally right up to the election. Michael Wolff did some coverage on this stuff and reported that Jeffrey Epstein was actually super connected to Donald Trump far after we had previously thought their connection had ended, where Donald Trump had claimed that he had severed ties with Jeffrey Epstein. And the thing is, they didn't do it. They didn't even use that as a talking point. They actually never brought up Jeffrey Epstein. If you recall my conversations at the time, my analysis at the time, I kept saying, why the fuck aren't the Democrats using this as an attack line? But of course, I knew why they weren't using it as an attack line. If you remember my analysis back then, I told you it was because there are far too many Democratic big ticket party donors, and also many many prominent Democratic politicians like Bill Clinton that are directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein in the same exact meaningful ways that Donald Trump is involved with Jeffrey Epstein, perhaps even worse than Donald Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. And also, Jeffrey Epstein is an asset for the state of Israel, and Democrats are also uniparty on defending Israel. So these are the reasons why they never used it. So yes, it is copium to a certain degree to say that the Biden administration had no way of releasing the files. I guess at most you could just say, why didn't the Democrats make a bigger fuss about this? Or I guess the only line of defense is that, well, people weren't making a big deal about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff when Democrats were in charge. And there's some truth to that. And I think that's part of the reason why there's some truth to that. And I think part of the reason why there's some truth to that is because Democrats just did not fucking want to make a big deal about it. They do now because Donald Trump is president. They do now because Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and some other Republicans are also making a big fuss about not just Israel necessarily, but Jeffrey Epstein as well. So, yeah, I think it was Byron Donalds is straight up. Here, look. Dude, I love how fucking fraudulent these stupid motherfuckers are. God damn it, dude. Look at our politicians, dog. What are we doing? Ugh. Prem Tucker, friend of the show of Zateo News, went up to congressional Republicans to press them on calling the effort to release the Epstein files a hoax, and then today, with Trump's permission, voting to release them.
Yeah, what do you make of the vote to release the Epstein files today?
That's good. We got it done. Now wait till you see all the dishonest media and everybody out there when Trump's not in it. What are they going to do?
I cannot begin to explain to you how open these guys are about their lack of interest in what happens to you. Okay? Like, they do not have a sincere bone in their fucking bodies, man. They are like, oh, they're so fucking insincere. They're such fucking grifters. Even something like this and the hand ringing that has taken place to get this information out there, like, I'm telling you, man, these are lizard people. If you are wondering why it takes a year to fix a fucking pothole in your city, it's because the American government is broken. Every institution is primarily compromised and primarily have people like this all the way down to the local positions. It's just all ambitious lizard people. Whether it be Jeffrey Epstein, whether it be only offering infrastructure contracts to like their nephews and their friends in a quid pro quo style situation. I'm just saying, generally, this inconsistency that you're going to hear from this fucking dipshit is demonstrated in every aspect of American governance, okay?
What are they going to do? They're going to be whining and complaining about something. They're going to be sitting there conspiring now to figure out, well, if we get the House back, how are we going to impeach the man? What are we're going to have to come up with something else.
You
previously
say
the records were destroyed. They destroyed the records. They're going to come up with something.
You previously said that you wanted to vote no on the Epstein hoax, and then you flipped.
Oh, we all did it. President Trump wants it because it's going to exonerate. It's going to clear him.
Yeah.
So I think he's put this back on the Democrats now. You know, but you know what? If Trump was in it, Joe Biden would have went after him. He'd have indicted him on something, but he didn't do it because there's nothing there. It's the Trump hoax.
What do you make of Trump being mentioned in the latest Trove Epstein files more than anyone else?
There's 65,000 pages. Obviously, Epstein did not like Trump too much. He's pretty much in bed with these others. Summers, he's in bed with Clinton. Now, why did Bill and Hillary not want to come up, and we subpoenaed them, not want to come up and testify? Why not? It's a big cover-up. You know what's what's so interesting about it, it's all the Democrats. The Democrats that are tied to Larry Epstein, to Epstein. It's Epstein, the Democrats. It's not Donald Trump. And you guys keep spinning this.
Bro, he ain't even trying. He ain't even good at repeating the talking points. Like, this is half-hearted, you know? Come on, Donald Trump said it's fine. You guys are going to really get owned when you find out that Donald is not even a part of it. Why does this guy look like a baby who is old? Can someone explain to me what's going on with the way this motherfucker looks? Like, why does he look like an old baby? I've never seen someone look like this before. You should not look like this. Yeah, this is what Boss Baby would look like if you filtered it with like the hyper realistic filter, like an AI hyper realism filter. This is what Boss Baby would look like. I am an old baby and your rhetoric is deeply offensive. Well, you kind of deserve it. Reverse Boss Baby. He just looks like a baby, but also old. Anyway.
Why do you do that? I said last night to CNN, I said, you guys owe him an apology. You're going to owe Donald Trump an apology for what you guys have done. I put out a post about the Epstein files. I got 12 million.
I thought Maxwell's case was in open appeals until October of this year, until SCOTUS denied her appeal. Is that not why the files could not be released? I mean, look, dude, if there's a will, there's a way, baby. You feel me? Sure. I guess maybe that's the legal reason. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But what I do know is, especially after this Trump administration, this tenure, you can just kind of do whatever you fucking want if you are the president. Okay? You can kind of do whatever you want if you're the president. Joe Biden, of course, did not want to do anything.
12 million views. And when you go through the thousands of comments, now there are a lot of nut jobs in this country, quite honestly, but they're all calling Donald Trump a pedophile. There's no evidence out there that's going to say Donald Trump was a pedophile. If Donald Trump was a pedophile, he'd have been indicted for something. And previous administrations that despise him.
He said, the Epstein angle was the one I expected. If Donald Trump was fucking around with young girls, he probably would have been arrested. Right? Just like my favorite rapper, Drake. He hit the Drake defense. If Donald Trump was a pedophile, he would have been indicted. Oh, really? The quick reversal after that statement is, okay, do you think Bill Clinton is a pedophile? He's unindicted. Because these guys who are complaining that people are calling Donald Trump a pedophile have been calling every Democrat not just a pedophile, but like a vampire pedophile. You know? Too famous for the shit you suggested. Yep. Pretty good tea, by the way. Kind of almost tastes like Fruit Loops. The Chongqing Southwest University Tea Co. Logs, please. Honestly, maybe half copium, but I am willing to bet they will release the files after heavy modifications, but due to the incompetence, they will include something that will incriminate Donnie. Oh, I totally can see that. Yes. I can absolutely see that. The incompetence aspect, I mean. I think that they will release like the most redacted files of all time. But considering how this administration has prioritized loyalty over competence every step of the way, they've actually ended up stepping on rakes, and they will probably do so in this as well. I've been saying that.
Like Joe Biden, all of them, they didn't do anything. They have nothing. Matter of fact, if Kamala Harris would be president today,
Kamala Harris
wouldn't be talking about that Epstein. We won't be talking about Epstein.
What do you make of Donald Trump's birthday note to Jeffrey Epstein?
Donald
that was
Trump
very friendly
is the
and seemed to
greatest thing
suggest.
since sliced bread, and it.
These are the guys who also sincerely say that there's too much leadership praise in places like North Korea or even China, right? And it's like, brother, you're a whole ass adult. You know how corrupt the administration is. You're a part of the corruption. And you can just sit there and fucking say that out loud. It blows my fucking mind. He said, okay, dick riding needs to stop. Okay, I just want to start there. Someone give me the Van Lathan quote. The one that goes viral every now and then about dick riding. Because this level of dick eating needs to stop. Okay? We have to stop it. We have to stop it. This is too much dick riding. It is causing society to collapse. He is doing tricks on it. I mean, Donald Trump is the greatest. No, not this, bro. Come on. No, the video. This one.
There are going to be two guys sitting on a rock, and they're going to be looking out at the cityscape of Los Angeles or Miami. It's going to be all ruins. And they're going to say, damn, we used to have an amazing civilization. I read about it in some of these books that's left over. I was like, for real? Like, yeah, man, things were great. We had all kinds of stuff. We had people bring you food to your house whenever you wanted. We had, like, go to a place and tip somebody, they dance for you. You have a great time. And he's going, what happened to it? What?
You're literally the most embarrassing person I think I've ever seen. Gay. Brother. No. Don't ban him. Don't ban him. Come on. Brother. Maybe under different circumstances. Maybe if you were in here, perhaps 10 minutes ago, when I actually sack-tapped my own damn self as I was trying to pat off the granulated sugar off of my clothes and accidentally destroyed my chances of building a future generation. Maybe if you had come in then at that moment and said that, the rest of the chat would agree with you. They would laugh in unison. But the very fact that you came in to be like, you're the most embarrassing person I think I've ever seen and gay during this sequence. I mean, that's the most inopportune time to say this, brother. Look at the screen. You got motherfuckers in the... You're so easy to rage bait. I'm not even raging. I'm making a joke, chatter. I'm just saying timing is bad. Your timing is off. Unless you are a rewind chatter. The word rage bait is the new troll overused word. Yeah, I know, but that's barely eating the bait. I mean, look at your screen. Look at the people that you're defending. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Access denied. What do you mean access denied? Yeah, Banning admits defeat. You're so easy to rage bait. I just watch Pegasus, but I know you will never watch his videos. I mean, I know you do. Wait, what? Yeah, Banning admits defeat. Oh, God. People that say Banning admits defeat are some of the lowest fucking... lowest version of human on the planet. First of all, one of my mods clapped you because you're a... one of my mods instantly clapped you. I unbanned you. Okay? And I'm glad I did. Because you just came into a political commentary stream to be like, hey, you're too afraid of watching my favorite slop tuber who has made 700 videos of you because whenever rent is due, he wants to get like 800K views. You got clapped because you're a bot. If your knowledge of the world, if your understanding of politics comes from watching slop tubers, I'm going to keep it real with you. You're not going to make it. You're going to keep moving around this world, confused at all points, being like, why are things happening? You're like Play-Doh. Your brain is mush, malleable, easy to form. Let me unlock your consciousness, chatter. Sadly, you get too emotional for political streaming. Okay, go promote more terrorism. It's so easy, though. Such an easy bag. I fucking does. You can't take any criticism. I think if this is your criticism, you and I have a very different understanding of criticism. Perhaps you and I might have a disagreement. But that's not criticism. You and I can have a disagreement on maybe comprehending why people choose to resist militarily against illegal and unjust occupation. But you just immediately default to, oh, you're promoting terrorism. You're promoting Israel as the greatest terrorist there is in the region. Far worse than Hezbollah or Hamas or any number of different militant groups. Also, you started the conversation by saying you're gay. I don't think that's criticism either. Bro in YouTube suburbia saying bag. You came in saying I'm gay and that I promote terrorism. And then you were like, wow, you really can't take criticism. I really hope for your own sake that you are actually just simply 14. Yeah, you sound way too emotional right now. I know. My emotions are flowing through me. I really hope you're like 14, 15, you know what I mean? And your brain hasn't formed completely yet. Because if you're over the age of 25 and you're talking like that, and if that's how you're constructing your worldview, tough. Things are not easy for you, and they're not going to get any easier. Anyway, dick riding.
Somebody, they dance for you. You have a great time. And he's going, what happened to it? What ended this great civilization? The guy's going to look up in the sky. He's going to go, dick riding. We just couldn't get off a nigga's dick. We just hopped on everybody's dick, lost all of our objectivity, lost all of our critical thinking skills, and we just went with what was popular and what the next nigga said. And we rode dick into oblivion. I'm trying to stop that. Stop dick riding.
It's okay.
He's right.
Stop it. Stop
I agree.
dick riding. Get the information, use the information, and then look, we all been guilty of it. Some people, hey, Van, you be the first. Stop. Everybody. No dick. Higher learning is a no dick riding zone. Is it like, stop dick riding.
He's right. Hasan's been going to therapy. He sounds grounded. No, man. I've just been touching grass and touching pavement. I've been going outside. I'm in China. Having the time of my life. Anyway, we got here because this man had the audacity to say such a thing.
Is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and is why we continue to win.
I'm going to run it again.
What do you make of Donald Trump's birthday note to Jeffrey Epstein?
Donald
that was
Trump
very friendly
is
and
the
seemed to
greatest thing
suggest.
since sliced bread, and is why we continue to win. There's going to be smoke. There's going to be smoke and fight, and you're going to spin the truth. You're going to tell downright lies.
Is the note a lie?
Lies
Is the birthday note a lie?
about Donald Trump, and it's shameful.
Is the birthday note a lie?
Some of you guys should get counseling. You need help.
Wait, was the birthday note a lie?
You should get counseling.
Was the birthday note a lie?
I believe if you probably got some help.
Yeah, he's right. You suck. You're right. Donald Trump is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Health insurance. I mean, we got to fix the health insurance, but there's probably some provisions in that health insurance that you guys could get some therapy. You guys need therapy. Go talk to a therapist.
What do you mean? Was the birthday note a lie? Was the birthday note a lie?
You.
From an average viewer, you look the happiest you've been in a while. I am. With the exception of like the first 25 minutes when I start the broadcast at 5 a.m. and people are yelling at me and I have no capacity to deal with it appropriately. And I just freak out and start yelling back. I'm pretty fucking happy here. Bro's going reverse cowgirl on it. He is blowing bubbles. He is. He's blowing bubbles on it. It's unacceptable. You can't be doing all of that outside. This shirt is so fire. Check the netizens in the comments. What netizens? Hi, Will. I'm a viewer from China. After watching your live streams these days, I find you really warm and kind person. You always give suggestions to care about others during the live streams, which many viewers have noticed and praise you for in the comments. Hope you enjoy your trip to China, and I also hope you can visit more cities and even villages with unique scenery next time. I think you'll like them too. Shishi Lauber. This is going to be so fun when they jump ship. I'm praying for it. I don't think they will. How much do you think a trip to China of 2 weeks for an average worker could cost? I think the most expensive part about a trip to China is the ticket. Once you're in China, everything is cheap. We eat so much. If you eat mostly Chinese, like if you eat local food here, like a fat meal is like $7. A fat meal for like 4 people is like $7. Flight is really expensive. Getting here is really expensive. Everything else afterwards is not. Hotels are pretty cheap, unless you do what we're doing and get like a luxury hotel and a suite and stuff. Hotels are pretty affordable too. Everything is very, very affordable. How much did the KFC cost? I don't know. Guess I can look it up on my Alipay, but I'll swim. Okay, good luck. I don't know. You're spending $2,000 on clothes. What? Oh my God. The chatter's doing a callback. Isn't this everywhere that's not Europe? Like South America is the same as well as Africa and most of Asia? Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much everywhere you go. Your LA pricing is showing? Wait, what? My LA pricing is showing? Guys. China is notoriously affordable. What are we talking about? Like, no, it's not even the currency exchange rate. It's just like straight up. Things are just cheaper here. What the fuck? How are you fucking arguing with me on this? I don't understand. I don't understand. And not totally true. I've been there 2 times and am American. Affordable for Americans. Yeah, I'm answering from the perspective of an American. An 80 USD hotel in China is cheap for Americans, but not for Chinese people. Dog, do you think there was a dude from Guangdong province asking me about how affordable a trip to China is? Do you think motherfuckers were like, hey, I'm actually in Chongqing right now. How affordable is a trip to China? No, it's a fucking Westerner asking, it's an American asking me how affordable it is. How do you put up with this shit for real? We're cutting this out of woke too, ain't we? No, that chatter wasn't even being woke too. He was just trying to be annoying. These chatters are clueless. Japanese society has a currency collapse problem, which is why exchange rates are so good for Americans while economic conditions are not so good. China is an entirely different story where they have truly abundant production. So across the board, the prices in general are just hyper affordable. Yes. Like, I'm not speaking on the hotels for the average Chinese person, but food in general is affordable for the average Chinese person, as well as hyper affordable and super cheap for Westerners. Is chat just trying to gaslight before HasanAbi wakes up? Yes. Abundance mentioned. I mean, China is low-key the most abundant country on the planet. Hasan, where is your dog at? Not with me in China. Wow, you really love it when they disregard IMF laws, huh? Wow, Hasan, your LA is showing you're American. I thought this was a white Chinese stream. It's all that dang currency manipulation. Wow, you really love it when they disregard IMF laws. I actually do unironically love it when countries disregard the IMF. Yes, I do. You're right. I do actually like it. If this is what you get when you disregard the IMF, then yeah, great. It's proof that that works. I saw a video they had a price war on lattes since then most of them are 9.99 yuan. Less than $2 is truly cheap there. Yeah. The cheapest bowl of noodle I had was 50 cents in China, insanely cheap. Also, I had a 15 cent mapo tofu with free rice refill. It was in Fuzhou. Be honest, you had KFC in China more than you have in total in America? Yes. The White House has just called the lid, meaning there are no more public events expected, with no word on whether President Trump signed the Epstein bill today. Interesting. Anyway, let's see what my queen, Jessica Escape from Tarkov, had to say about the Epstein stuff on the Fox 5.
But this idea that the Epstein files is going to be reframed as a Democratic hoax is never going to work. The American public is not cool with it. What does he have? Trump has a minus 39 approval on handling the Epstein files, and only 45% of Republicans even approve at this point. The narrative about Hakeem Jeffries, everyone at this table knows how fundraising emails work. So that email was from someone named Lisa Rossi, who's from a random fundraising group called Dynamic SRG, asking if Epstein wants to go to a generic DCCC dinner that Obama and Jeffries were going to be at. There was never any meeting. There was never any donation. And he appears one time in the Epstein files. By the Miami Herald's count, Trump is mentioned over 1,000 times in the latest tranche that just got out. And people are not going to forget that in 2002, for instance, Trump said, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with." It's even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. I have never alleged, and I am not alleging now, that Donald Trump has done anything untoward with an underage woman. But if you want to be throwing around single emails from a random fundraising group to try to make Brooklyn Barack look bad and not acknowledge how many times Donald Trump is mentioned in these files, you're just going to look dumb. And I would encourage everyone to not look dumb.
But it's other people mentioning him. It's not his fault when people want to get him.
I just read a quote.
Is other people mentioning him? Yeah, how about is Donald Trump mentioning Jeffrey Epstein? Like, it's not just other people mentioning him. It's Jeffrey Epstein mentioning him. You have to say it's other people mentioning him because you can't say it's actually Jeffrey Epstein directly mentioning him while talking about their personal relationship. And not only that, but it's also Donald Trump mentioning Jeffrey Epstein. It's not. It is kind of crazy that they're even trying to tackle the Epstein stuff by bringing up Democrats in this way. And if you're going to bring up Democrats, if you are going to bring up Democrats, you know, Hakeem Jeffries is probably one of the worst ones to bring up, because he's too new on the scene to have been around and embedded with the Epstein stuff. He's a relatively green politician on the national stage. Yeah, talk about Larry Summers, a prominent Democrat, or Bill Clinton, you know? Simply coming in with Hakeem Jeffries is probably the worst thing you can do when your guy is insanely compromised.
But other people are mentioning it to stop him. They're like the other person. They were all trying to stop Trump.
Why did he want the files to not come out this badly? Why? Just tell me why.
Why do you always fall for this stuff is the bigger question.
Happening again. This is Russia, Ukraine, everything.
I don't think this is the...
Have you covered the New York Post tweet about Epstein? They upgraded his egg into a lemon. Yeah. Oh, here is the two things about China. Ben Norton. The median income in major Chinese cities is higher than top cities in Latin America and even much of Central and Eastern Europe. But Chinese cities have some of the world's most affordable utilities because they are state-owned and provided as public goods, not for profit. Did you guys skip the Great Wall? Yes. China intentionally popped its housing bubble to make homes affordable for the average people to live in, not speculative assets. China restricted lending to real estate and increased loans for high-tech industry. The U.S. did the opposite after 2008. It reflated its housing bubble. Of course, there are certain parts of China that haven't been so fortunate. And I am, of course, talking about Hong Kong, which is where we're going later today. Anyway. Little did she know the new information was among the files on her desk. Yeah. Nicki Minaj was at the UN. Are you flying? Yeah. This guy, Joshua Reed, hates me, but let's see this clip. The Republicans are also in a messaging crisis. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein. Turn on the noise gate, please. It's on. The noise gate is on. Unfortunately, while it is on, it's not working. I don't know why. Like it's off right now. Noise gate is off right now. And it's on right now. And you can still hear it. So it's not working. Unfortunately. I heard they can build a wall with all the bricks you... Is the plugin set to bypass mode? No, I don't know what it is. It just happens. It's fine. Noise gate is overrated. I like hearing the ambient sounds. Good. What is this guy saying? Bring up Larry Summers. Larry Summers is a Chinese spy. What's your opinion on Xi saying Xi Jinping's ideological opposition to expansive social welfare policies he believes create lazy people and encourage laziness? I'm not familiar, but that is very American. It's a very American attitude to have. But also, the reason why I won't address his opposition to welfare is because I'm unfamiliar with his opposition to welfare. But welfare can mean a million different things. Do you mean direct payments for people who are not working? Or do you mean disability payments? Do you mean retirement funds? Do you mean pregnancy leave, for example? Like there was a person I was talking to that said that in China they have maternity pay. Like when you're on maternity leave, you get paid. It's actually a tiny number. It's like a tiny monthly payment. It's not super consequential. But even then, the very fact that they even have maternity leave and maternity payment itself automatically puts it in a much better, automatically puts like Chinese welfare in a much better place than American welfare. Do you see what I mean? Because we don't even have federally regulated, federally mandated maternity leave in the country, let alone payments on top of that. You know? The elderly do not have free health care. That I also don't know enough about. But from what I understand, the healthcare aspect is one of the only instances that I think there's like, or not one of the only instances, but there's definitely a room for more development and more improvement in general. A lot of people don't know this, but the Chinese healthcare, I don't think they don't have free healthcare. It's unimaginably affordable. It's like $1 or whatever. It's super, super cheap. And not just for like foreigners. It's super cheap for Chinese people too. Having said that, there's definitely room for growth there. And when I say affordable, I don't mean like there is virtually no barrier of entry for healthcare affordability in the United States of America. The affordability barrier is a way to avoid rationing healthcare, or rather, it's a way to ration healthcare by who can pay for it. If affordability is not a barrier of entry to healthcare in China, is not used as a barrier of entry into getting the necessary healthcare coverage you need. Are you homesick as fuck? I miss my friends. I miss Kaya. I miss my family. I do miss my home a little bit, but I am actually more sad. I'm sad that we're leaving China soon. You get free medical in your province, registered to the HONGKONG, but then outside of that, it's private and not free. Yeah. If they need surgery, it's not affordable. China hates welfare addresses, please. Chatter, I already told you. I'm not familiar with what you are referencing as far as welfare. And as far as those attitudes goes, I will look into it and I will address it. Okay? I suspect that you have a much more negative opinion than you're letting on. And you're trying to lean into that right now. Every day we are live on the broadcast. People come in and try to do a name 10 things you hate about China right now. Okay? Overactive thyroid taking all of their thinking calories. Why are chatters trying to get you in a gotcha moment? There are a million different reasons for it. But I think one of the major reasons for it is that I think a lot of Americans are suffering. Or not even just like, I know a lot of Americans and a lot of Westerners are suffering in general. And when they see a country doing well, a country that they've been told is like an evil country, a foreign adversary, when the reality doesn't match their expectations or what they've previously been taught, they have a unique moment of crisis. And in that unique moment of crisis, you can do two things. You either go back to the drawing board and you say, hey, perhaps I was wrong about my previous suspicions. What I was led to believe was maybe not the entire story. Maybe I should engage in more nuanced thinking. Or you just shut that part of your brain off and say, no, I mustn't think critically here. I must instead find reasons as to why the situation is actually bad. Hold on, out of focus. Okay, that's better. And I think a lot of Americans do. I think a lot of Americans do the no critical thinking route, no nuanced thinking route, or a lot of Westerners do. Obviously, many in this community have been like, maybe it's not as bad. The cities look clean. How do they compare to New York or Chicago? Oh, I mean, they're super clean. How are the soup dumplings? Incredible. I think the Don Don noodles are the best. Why are you avoiding my question, dog? Read this message, please. Thoughts on Salvador Allende and Chile's history. Really curious to know your take. I mean, that's crazy. I can't do that right now. But, yeah, fuck Pinochet. Compared to Vietnam, what pops out? Who's doing the Communism Project better? I mean, I haven't seen Vietnam personally, so I can't make that comparison yet. Also, the Bureau of Labor Statistics now says it won't release a full U.S. jobs report for the month of October, as of 5 hours ago. Instead, the agency said the October payroll data will be released along with a full report for November. An unemployment rate for October will not be included in those figures because the data could not be collected, the BLS said, citing the shutdown. Wow. Very cool. Very normal. Definitely a good sign. Seems good to me. Please read my message. I'm trapped in a well, and your Twitch chat is the only communication I have with the outside well. Please send help. The water is up to my waist now. Good luck, chatter. Yeah. No, it's because the payroll data is too good. Hey, guys. How about... Yeah. How about we don't think negatively? How about we think positively about this? What if... Hear me out. What if the payroll data is too good and we don't want other countries to get jealous, right? What if we're winning too hard and Trump actually doesn't want to release the information about how hard we are winning so that, the Democrats don't look too bad, right? Like, because they are... What if the Republican Party is actually just as considerate of the way that the Democrats look as the Democrats are of the way Republicans look? What if that's the reason? You guys always want to think negatively. But I urge you, for once, to think positively. Yeah, the United States is too hot. It's so hot that other people get jealous. And then they want to attack us. And I think our glorious, dear leader, Donald Trump, expertly has decided to control the narrative and to ensure that other countries do not have negative opinions about us because of their jealousy, because we are so hot from the standpoint of hotness. Some might say the hottest. Okay? That's what I think. Anyway, let's take a look at what Fox News is saying about affordability.
Budget. You need a plan. Also, remember, adults don't need gifts, okay? Focus on the people in your life who are age 3 to 18. Grandma doesn't need slippers. If they don't live by you, don't get them a gift. Now's not the time to spend and break the bank sending packages across the country, Dana. Focus on the people in your life, ages 3 to 18. That's my...
Wow. I mean, that's good. They are promoting being frugal as a value, as a virtue, and Americans need a lot of that, okay? Americans need a lot of that. I think it's good. It's good. It's not a bad thing, okay? Who needs Christmas gifts anyway? What are we doing? Christmas is a hyper-consumerist holiday, and I think it's good that they are promoting a significant scale back of gift giving. This is yet another thoughtful instance. Everything is fine. Everything is good. They're basically saying, share experiences with your loved ones. You know, your presence should be the greatest present. Now, I think this kind of fucking commentary, all jokes aside, this kind of statements coming from Fox News is a red alert, okay? This is orange level terrorism threat. Do you understand? Because, like, the only thing that Americans have is treats. And now these guys are basically saying, like, hey, we might be in a recession. It's not looking too good. Maybe you should scale back on your fucking treat giving and your gift giving. That is the greatest red flag, and perhaps one of the worst things that you can tell an American, because as I've said over and over again, the only thing that an American has is affordable treats. If you take that away, the entire social fabric unwinds. There is nothing holding us together at that point. I also personally love this because as a woke anti-Christmas warrior who has fought numerous fronts in numerous battles year over year in the war against Christmas, the Republicans have basically gifted us the ultimate victory. As you guys know, I love fighting in the war. I love waging war on Christmas. And here are the Republicans saying, let's just cancel Christmas. Very cool stuff. I like seeing this. Where can this go? What do you have? What do you fucking have? If the jalapeno poppers are too costly, what do you have? As an American, I mean it seriously. What do we have? If we don't have affordable health care, let alone free health care, and we don't have affordable housing, wages are shitty, stagnant, people who lose their jobs can't even fathom getting a new one. What the fuck is there left? What is there left other than being able to take on debt to purchase Domino's pizza on your applications, on your Uber Eats? Someone sent me that again. I need to see it again. The Chinese netizen eating Coca-Cola, drinking Coca-Cola. We need to rewatch that. Defaulted on my burger loan. Here it is.
Breaking news from the United States of Israel. Donald Trump forced a Coca-Cola company to use real sugar in Coca-Cola. Meanwhile, China built another 7,000 new bridges. I heard it from HasanAbi. He's traveling in China right now. But I mean, who cares about the fucking bridges? It's so boring. The great people in the United States of Israel, after they paying a lot of tax, when they're hungry, they can just drink a bottle of Coca-Cola and watch Netflix. That is democracy. That's how fancy it is. You know, that's capitalism. When you compare to capitalism, compare to democracy, China just look like an old nerd. Oh my God, so boring bridges. I hate China. Breaking news from the United States of Israel. Donald Trump forced a Coca-Cola.
I agree. Seconded. This is a patriotic Chinese man who knows the complete dominance that the United States offers, okay? That's right. I'm glad that there's someone who understands. I'm glad that there's someone who understands that bridges are lame, boring, shitty, connecting people. Ugh, what are you going to do? Commerce? Who gives a shit? Okay? By the way, I'm not going to talk about this right now, but maybe when I come back, I will get into this a little bit further. But my Hao Peking character, the Chinese conservative, anti-woke conservative character, is actually unironically a real archetype here. And I found it out, and I found that out. And there is definitely, due to, just know that that actually is a more real character than I previously thought existed in China. Like, you know how I have the Hank Pecker character, and sometimes I'll do like a Hank Pecker but Chinese, like someone who complains about like the government caring too much about minority groups in China. That's a real thing. No, I didn't Ryan Ruth it into existence. That actually is something that existed, and I did not know. I did not know that that was the case. They deadass think schools are making kids gay and piss on cat litter? No. That's not even what I'm talking about. Chinese netizens who are like brain rotted from right-wing Americans who think that like American school make you gay. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about straight up internally in like internal Chinese politics. There are unironically people who sometimes complain about the government taking a protective stance. There are unironically some Chinese people who are somewhat critical about the government taking a protective stance against the minority groups, which I will say contributes to the hog universality principle. Yes, my mother-in-law. No, it's so funny. I didn't realize that existed, but it does. It turns out hog universality is real. No, I don't mean like the fucking Shen Yun guys. I'm talking, is coffee good in China? Coffee is excellent in China. Massive coffee culture here. Also, for the record, I mean, I briefly brought this up in the Chengdu Panda place. But China and America, as far as their like similarities goes, Chinese people and American people have a lot of fucking similarities. And I don't think either side would acknowledge that or even appreciate me saying this, but I mean this in a nice way. But as far as like, they're a pretty small minority, but yeah, I told you back when you first made up the character that it was a real thing. Yeah. L. Piker? No, I'm serious. Like, whether it be the cities having, the cities are all obviously full of public transit, but like there's still a shit ton of car reliance within the infrastructure itself, something that I brought up. And it's also a proclivity towards consumption that Americans have as well. I'm telling you, Chinese people and American people share a lot of similarities. They are significantly closer in their cultural attitudes than you would think. Not even a joke. There was no coffee culture in China 10 years ago. Everything was about tea. No, because Chinese people are very, they're Ameriboos like I am, you know? So I understand that. Like they look to American culture as a positive. Like the anti-American commentary is like a relatively new phenomenon from what I understand in China, as far as like not having a lot of reverence and respect for American brands and institutions is a relatively new thing. And I think it's partially because of China's rise as a recognized global hegemon. It's like the last decade attitude shift. But overall, throughout the history of the PRC, I think that Chinese people have always looked to the United States of America with great respect and also with great reverence, and also with a lot of want. And the similarities are pretty obvious. I mean, you look at the Chengdu Panda Conservation area, and there's a fucking movie theater. They're doing America better than us, is what I'm saying. Like, you go to the zoo in America, and there's a Starbucks in the zoo. There's a KFC, a McDonald's in the zoo. There's like a million different restaurants in the zoo. That's the most American shit I ever seen. I don't know. I can't like explain my thoughts as well. But there is a lot of there are a lot of it's like you're going to a theme park. Yeah. Could you explain the Henry Kissinger thing from today? From yesterday? Yeah, of course. I've talked about it a lot. When Henry Kissinger passed, China was one of the only countries that openly came out and mourned Henry Kissinger. And it's probably the only country on the planet where that's appropriate, because Henry Kissinger and Nixon recognized the PRC, the People's Republic of China, as opposed to the previous formation was a recognition of the Kuomintang-backed Republic of China that was that had escaped to Formosa, now known as Taiwan, at the time, in the aftermath of the Civil War, and also the Japanese the liberation from Japanese imperialism. That is where, like, basically, Kissinger opened China up, openly recognized China as the China that we know today. Why would Kissinger support communists? The fuck? Realpolitik, number one. Number two, anti-USSR play. Trying to take advantage of the Sino-Soviet split. Yeah, it was anti-USSR. Yeah, Kissinger is credited for allowing PRC to normalize relationships with the United States and the rest of the Western world. And it played a big role in how the People's Republic of China exists today. That's why I sometimes jokingly reference Nixon as a Maoist. That's part of the reason. That and the EPA. Is the reason, are some of the reasons why I say Richard Nixon was a secret Maoist. Did you ever explain that to Penny? What? That most people outside of China think Henry Kissinger is an evil demon, including Americans? No, I didn't. I think Penny is not very into politics at all. I'll be honest with you. She didn't even know the 5 values. And I think that's because people in Chengdu are just chill. They're chill like that. That has also been a really interesting thing, though. Like, every fucking province and every major city is entirely different. Like, they have Like, it almost feels like the difference between Chicago and New York is less significant than the difference between Chengdu and Chongqing, okay? And that's crazy for me to consider because the distance is not that severe, but I guess it kind of makes sense because it's the same as like Birmingham and Liverpool, right? England is a much tinier nation overall than China, and yet there are ginormous differences and differences in dialect and differences in cultural attitude in different parts of England. You change zip codes and you barely can understand one another, right? And I think that comes from the fact that people have lived there for a very long time, right? And there is a long history. And I think it's the same with China. Because it's been around for fucking thousands of years in some way, shape, or form, there is a lot of culture that has been built on top of the places that now exist. And it's really interesting to see that in a much larger country, and then compare that to a large country like the United States of America that was developed in an incredibly short period of time, as opposed to a place like China. They also used to be different countries that, by their power, that spoke different languages. Yeah. But like, think about it. That's what I found it so fascinating that we would go to Chongqing and they would tell me like there's an entirely different language. In Chengdu, there is an entirely different language that, you know, it's not just even a dialect. There's like almost an entirely separate language in all of these places. And it's crazy to consider because they're not that far from one another. They were under the same provincial government until recently, right? And proximity-wise, distance-wise, they're not that far from one another. Shanghai has its own language too, yeah. Cantonese will be slightly different from Mandarin, yep. Majority colonist population versus native population in the U.S. Versus England and China. Exactly. That's a major reason, for sure. A settler colonial nation, like a nation that was developed as a settler colony, is going to have more uniformity in comparison to a country that is, that became a nation state. After, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of years of you know, monarchic reign, feudalism, all that stuff. So tracing your ancestral lineage back to thousands of fucking years in the same goddamn city or in the same province, you obviously develop your own unique version of your own unique language, your own unique history, your own unique mythology, something that Americans can't necessarily do because America's a settler colony. It's the same with Australia, right? It's a lot more uniform in places like the United States of America. But I think that's also part of the reason why, and it could be a benefit, I would say, it's also part of the reason why like America is so open towards migration. Like, I think integration into America and American culture is far easier than a place like Japan or even a place like China. It's far more diverse in the way that we understand it, diverse in terms of like ethnicity and nationalities. Because China is obviously also very diverse, but it's so vast and so large, and there's so much internal diversity. There are 56 federally recognized ethnicities in China, each with its own entirely unique language, not including subgroups of the dominant Han people and the hundreds of smaller tribal minorities. Yeah. 2,800 years ago, emperor united the writing system and measurements. That's why we recognize him as the original emperor. Chinese have been moving around Southeast Asia for a long time too. Indonesia has a big ethnic Chinese population. Yeah, of course, that too. Hong Kong liberals will defend the 20 years of social democratic policies without knowing it's part of socialism. I mean, in this regard, America is the outlier, bro. France is the size of Oregon and Washington. In most places in the world, you can't drive 10 hours and speak the same language. I guess. Yeah, sure. Russia. There are big countries out there, chatter. You know? It's not America's not the only big country. I mean, I would go so far as to say even Turkey's a big country, you know? Fairly large country. You're looking at it from the perspective of just like Europe. Yes, in comparison to European nation states, America is vast. America is very large. Lots of languages in Russia. No, I know. Wish you had time because you should go to rural China. I think you would love it. People are so genuine and regularly see how investment in infrastructure and education have changed people's lives. I know. That's the one aspect. That's the one aspect of China that I didn't get to see too much of, and I wish I could. Turkey's not big, bro. Okay. Well, not so sure about Turkey. No, it's a fairly large country. 100 million population. Almost. Or 90 million. I think it's like 90. I don't know what the fuck the population of Turkey is right now. When I was growing up, it was 80 million, but it's grown exponentially. To be fair, I can't read a map. I was just kidding. South America is a good example. Spanish is the main language in a ton of countries. Yeah. Are we not talking about landmass? No, it's landmass wise, it's pretty big too. Yeah, Turkey also has the largest army in NATO, the second largest army in NATO after the United States of America. Wawa visited a rural minority village, and you can see the investment from the government. They also had a Palestinian flag up. Yeah. Will you be streaming when you land? I might rip a Bilibili stream potentially when we get to Hong Kong. Xinjiang looks very cool from the videos and streams I've seen from there. Should do a trip out there next time. I know it's so far though. That's why I didn't do it. Did you wish you could have spoken with / interviewed a CPC official on your trip? Yeah, but it is what it is. I thought China was mostly homogenous like Japan with its population. Is that wrong? Like, are you referring to different Chinese cultures or melting pot like the U.S.? Looking at it from the outside, you just think like everyone's Han Chinese, right? It's a big chunk of the Chinese population is referred to as Han Chinese, but even internally within the Han Chinese, city by city, province by province, there are different languages is what I'm saying. Different cultures, different languages. I mean, look at the trip. Look at the trip that we just took from Chongqing to Chengdu, right? Xinjiang is hard to stream, maybe? No, it's not. China is mostly homogenous, to be fair. No, but I'm saying that, like, even amongst the Han Chinese, which is what, like 90% of the Chinese population, there's a shit ton of diversity between different provinces and different like even amongst the Han Chinese, there's a lot of diversity. DSA meeting is full. Oh, okay. We'll talk about that. We'll get into it. Zohran Mamdani himself is expected to attend the New York City DSA endorsement meeting tonight and advocate against endorsing Chiose. So, HasanAbi head Chiose is making waves. Okay? He has decided to unseat Hakeem Jeffries. And let's get into it because I think that's a significant issue to talk about. For those of you who don't know, Chiose, who I've had on the broadcast before, who was also, ironically enough, part Chinese himself. That's not even a joke, literally, if you remember. He has decided to run against Hakeem Jeffries. As far as I understand, the DSA is actually pretty on board, or at least certain caucuses are pretty on board with Cheese running against Hakeem Jeffries. But unfortunately, this is a massive massive internal division within the DSA, or not even just within the DSA, but within the left flank of the party. And I will give you both sides on this because I completely understand both sides' position on this issue. And I will explain it to you. So, DSA overall is very split over OSE. Yeah, part of the reason why I think DSA is partially split over Chi OSE is because he has gone back and forth on being a part of the DSA. And that's the reason why they think like, oh, he's not a real one. Zohran is also now officially the highest prize that the New York DSA has achieved, right? And that's also another reason why the DSA is split on this issue. He's also a YIMBY opportunist. Stop. But basically, Chi thinks that he can unseat Hakeem Jeffries. It's not an easy race at all. You might be thinking, what do you mean, Hasan? Hakeem Jeffries is nationally very unpopular. Well, that doesn't really matter in his district because Hakeem Jeffries' district has two different demographic slots. Okay? You have the older black voting bloc that is very pro Hakeem Jeffries, and Hakeem Jeffries is very popular in his district. Okay? He is he is the leader of the Democratic Party as a black man from his own district. Like, of course, that is very important for a lot of people, and he is very popular in his district for that reason. And then there's also like the what Hakeem Jeffries calls the gentrifiers, right? The people who have moved into the district, younger, college educated, diverse. Those people are much more malleable and much more excited about endorsing or voting for Chi and primarying out Hakeem Jeffries, but they are not as large of a population in his district as the older established black voter base is, the base that is firmly committed to Hakeem Jeffries. Okay? And I've been thinking about this quite a bit. As far as Chi's position on this, he says we have to unseat as many establishment Democrats as possible because if we do not do that, they will, no matter what they say and do right now, they will always do everything in their power to rat fuck the left. And he's right. He is absolutely right. Okay? He's not wrong. He is completely correct on this. What? But didn't the Black Committee turn against AIPAC? You are not thinking clearly if you think that the older black voters don't value Hakeem Jeffries' position within the Democratic Party as someone from their fucking neighborhood to a much higher prioritization, to a much higher degree than like giving a shit about AIPAC. In any case, the reason why there's a tremendous division here is because obviously Zohran Mamdani, AOC, and many others are trying to play it very safe. They don't want to rock the boat for two reasons. One, they don't want to create too much discontent towards the left flank by going after the highest target. Because Hakeem Jeffries is the leader, okay? He is the minority leader in the House of Representatives. He is Nancy Pelosi's replacement in the Democratic Party. It's a if you go after the king, you best not miss moment, right? And obviously Zohran has a lot of work cut out for him. He has a very shitty job that he won resoundingly. And now the hard part will begin in terms of governance, in terms of being a good mayor, in terms of continuing his agenda, delivering on his promises, because he understands that his performance is going to determine whether or not the left flank of the Democratic Party can actually prove that they can deliver on their agenda and be resoundingly popular and potentially take out more and more establishment Democrats and deliver for the people. Okay? Sorry to say this, but you need black progressives to win against Jeffries. Okay, Chiose is black. He's been in the he's not only a HasanAbi head, but he's been on my stream. Okay? That doesn't matter in this situation. So the reason why I think they're worried is twofold, because a lot of people actually just hear, oh, you shouldn't run because Hakeem Jeffries is going to be vindictive against the left flank and unseat whatever left flank candidates that he can. That's going to happen no matter what. The actual reason why I think Zohran and AOC and others are afraid is because they're worried that this is going to be a poor performance and cut away at the momentum that the left has gotten so far. Okay? That is the reason why they are afraid. They're not necessarily just afraid of rocking the boat, even though that is a consideration, but they're also afraid that this will be a nationally publicized race, and it will be seen as proof that establishment Democrats still have power and that the left flank is not actually super popular. But as far as Hakeem Jeffries' national performance goes, this most likely will be the least popular he ever will be. So if you want to unseat someone like that, if you want to take out a major enemy of progress, a major enemy of the left flank of the party, this might be the most opportune time to do so. And I think that is another reason why Chi's interested in doing it. Building on the momentum that existed from Zohran, and then on top of that, actively trying to unseat hurdles against the progressive flank of the party. However, the DSA is also not as well funded as a machine, and they probably have different considerations, like why don't we spend our efforts on easier wins rather than a heavily publicized national race? So basically, it's a gamble, and it's a big one. Okay, it is a major gamble, and that is the reason why a lot of people are conflicted on this issue. I have said already that if you are going after an establishment candidate, I will stand by your side. So, of course, I understand these considerations, but I still think that Hakeem Jeffries is always going to be an enemy of the left, an enemy of progress, and therefore trying to go after him and trying to unseat him isn't necessarily a bad thing. That's my attitude, at least. Hold on, let me just try to fucking reposition this camera because the sunlight is too crazy right now. I think that ultimately running against Hakeem is also a good thing because this is the only way that you can move politicians on any issue whatsoever. And I do think that Chi Ose's run against Hakeem Jeffries in the worst case scenario will still cause Hakeem Jeffries to take a more pro-left position. It will force Hakeem Jeffries to be more open to the left. Now, how real that or what that will look like, I do not know, or how real that will be, I do not know. But I do know that he will take that position. It's the same as unions, right? Even the threat of collective action or the threat of a labor union forming immediately causes the managers to reconsider the wages, and your wages immediately go up. That's such cope, man. No. That's not cope. This is just reality. I'm simply stating I don't know if that's going to lead to any tangible policies. I don't think it will. But he will at least present himself as more progressive. That's just always how it goes. I think that I don't know what Chi's background looks like in terms of Oppo. But the problem is not having Zohran Mamdani on his side and not having AOC on his side is going to make this impossible. It was already a big gamble to begin with. And it's already quite difficult of an undertaking. And that is the reason why the DSA is conflicted on it. But I think I gave you guys a fairly decent assessment of why the different camps are moving in the way that they are moving. I do not think Hakeem Jeffries is a good politician. I do not think that he is good for progress. I do not think he's good for even the Democratic Party in general. Okay? But none of that matters in this situation in terms of the calculations that AOC and Zohran and many others on the left flank are doing. I don't get it. Zohran was polling at 1% when he started. What is the difference? There are major differences. Zohran was going after an incumbent mayor that was deeply unpopular, that had tremendous controversy surrounding him. And although it was a crowded primary field, ultimately, all he had to do in this situation was to make a name for himself, to present himself as a solid alternative to the other progressive candidates. Hakeem Jeffries is incredibly popular in his district, and you have to win your district. This is a congressional race. Hakeem Jeffries' approval rating is 75% or some shit in his own fucking district. A lot of you don't understand that. A lot of you don't realize that. Also, Zohran had a much longer commitment. Zohran Mamdani had a much longer history and a much longer commitment to the DSA, the New York DSA infrastructure, than Chi Ose had. This is devoid of the experiences New York City DSA comrades have had with Chi over the years, and devoid of the real debates New York City DSA comrades have had over Chi's endorsement vote. I know. I know the fucking debates, okay? I know more than I'm letting on, all right? Calm down. Ugh. It's one of my least favorite things. In theory, I do love the caucus structure of the DSA because it's infinitely more democratic, but in practice, it annoys me and I become a fucking Stalinist. it's good to keep things, it's good to keep internal divisions internal, okay? It's fine if you're going to fucking constantly engage in critique and constantly engage in, it's not drama. It's not drama. It's a reality of organizing. It's a reality of developing a political movement, okay? This is a major fucking, it's a major issue. Well, the Stalinist caucus agrees with you? Yeah, of course they do. Yeah. But I hate when that shit comes out, okay? Just keep it to yourself, okay? Keep it within the internal structure of the organization. There is no need for outsiders to fucking to be privy to this kind of conversation. It's one of the most annoying things of all time. Y'all are watching a fake socialist, by the way. Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm a fake socialist. I'm not even a part of the DSA, so... Anyway... Personal point of privilege video? No, that's not even what I'm talking about. This is more consequential than that. That stuff is just lame. That stuff is just whack. It's lame, whatever. But what I'm talking about is that there are a fuck ton of different ideological delineations within the DSA structure, within the caucus structure. We've actually briefly talked about it before. I've shown you some of the caucuses, and the issue is that there is a lot of internal division amongst them in terms of what to do, who to endorse, what kind of considerations that endorsement has, who to unendorse, who to stop promoting. There are people who, for example, obviously always wanted to continue aligning with AOC, even after AOC did a bunch of things or said a bunch of things that the DSA completely disagreed with. And some people were like, well, it doesn't really matter. We should still endorse her. We should still continue being a part of her. We should still continue promoting her and you know, associating ourselves with her because obviously she's a nationally prominent politician and fairly popular, and this actually boosts the DSA profile. And then there were people internally within the DSA that were saying, okay, but if we have no fucking values, then what difference are we making in within the Democratic Party at all? If we're just going to always allow politicians to concede on demands, then we have no fucking demands whatsoever, and that politicians, even amongst our own ranks, could just come in, use this as a fucking door-knocking operation, and then cast us aside willy-nilly. This is a real fucking issue, right? That's a real issue. Anyway, those are all fair concerns. But ultimately, it's better to not have those concerns be made public, okay? That's all I'm saying. Hey man, stop airing our dirty laundry. This is already dirty laundry. It's not even dirty laundry. This stuff has been discussed openly, obviously, and the outcome is revealed. So it's not like it's airing the dirty laundry here. And here it is. This is where borrowing a party model from the Second International is killing the DSA. Just my opinion. Okay, we're gonna stop talking about this now. That this is the most inside baseball. We're now literally fucking talking about. The organizational methods of the Democratic Socialists of America, okay? It is, in my opinion, one of the most successful, if not objectively the most successful socialist organization in the country. I do not have, I am org agnostic, as you guys know, ultimately, but the reality is, their methods, their techniques, and their success speaks for itself. They have much less of the same cultish issues that plenty of other more radical socialist organizations run into. Yes, it's a fucking nuisance to constantly have these back and forth debates, but ultimately it's a fucking big tent, okay? Yeah, see? DSA aren't socialists, though. I know, brother. I know. You are the real socialists. They are the fake socialists. Anyway. I feel like Jasmine Crockett is actually fighting for us. Please platform her more like you did for Mamdani. This got to be a joke, right? Do you mean Summer Lee? Or is this like a racist moment from this chatter? Because that's a joke, I assume. That's bait, right? No, we are serious. We want you to platform her. Jasmine Crockett. I feel like Chuck Schumer is fighting for us. Let's platform Chuck more. Anyway, Michael Lange. Alsay versus Jeffries would be cinema. Jeffries remained popular in his majority black district. Mamdani clearly unhappy. How will others react? Slim path to victory, 10 to 15%. Alsay needs to run up the score in Bed-Stuy and make inroads in Canarsie and ENY. I'll have more to say soon. So yeah, Chi Alsay, a far-left city councilman aligned with the policies of Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City, has told political allies that he's planning to challenge Representative Jeffries, a top House Democrat, in next June's primary. Okay? And the oppo is already coming out. New left-wing congressional hopeful Chi Alsay has spoken about how voting for Bernie Sanders in the 2016 primary was a formative experience for him. There's just one problem. Alsay wasn't even registered to vote in that presidential primary. Canarsie. I don't know how to say it. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm not from New York. You already know that. I'm from Chengdu. Okay? I'm from Chengdu, China, from the Sichuan province. Okay? I am not from New York City. From the New York province, under the protectorate of Kathy Hochul, New York Oblast. The revelation comes at an awkward time for Alsay as he's seeking an endorsement for his congressional run for the Democratic Socialists of America, which counts Sanders as one of his most prominent champions. We already know Mamdani and AOC sympathizes. They just need convincing. I mean, they very clearly have staked their position even before this came out, seemingly, because you don't actually come to this conclusion, on the moment. There was already New York Times reporting on this stuff. All right, let's get into it. Let's hear what they have to say.
All right, well, likely encouraged by the success of Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, New York City staring down the very likely prospect of many of its leaders in Washington.
Listen, Groundwork gave me a labubu when I was at the fucking the DSA conference. So I'm obviously I have my biases, let's just say. I have the Groundwork DSA lafufu on my backpack, on my streaming backpack, as you guys know. We just saw how Zohran forced the hands of people that swore him off. I agree. Here, I'm going to be very honest with you. The only way this changes around is if Chi is able to make decent ground early on and prove that he can be a serious contender against Hakeem Jeffries and actually bring back Zohran and AOC and all these other people while simultaneously explaining to them that Hakeem Jeffries is going to rat fuck them regardless and rat fuck the left regardless of whether or not there is a serious competition. The issue is, in the absence of that, if he is incapable of proving that he is serious, if he's incapable of showing that he can win, it's going to be impossible. Because there's no way, I'll be honest, I don't think there's any way that that Chi makes it out of this situation without help from not only the DSA, but also even Zohran and AOC. But in order to secure their help, in order to secure their endorsement and their help, I think he has to basically explain. He has to basically show them and prove to them that he can do this, which is very difficult. Did the audio just change a bit? Volume went way down. Wait, really? Wait, oh, because I was speaking directly into the microphone and I'm not now. Keep it to yourself, positive. I mean, I am supporting Chi. Having said that, I have to be serious about my analysis as a political commentator first and foremost. He has to show them a plan towards victory like Zoran did with AOC. It's bad tactically and strategically, in my opinion. It weakens the coalition for 2026. No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I understand why you are running scared. I get that. Ultimately, I think the fear is that this will make the left look disorganized and a spoiler for the liberals that are currently looking at the left as a viable alternative. But on the national side, because Hakeem Jeffries is objectively unpopular, like unimaginably unpopular with the base of support on the national front, this actually isn't a bad thing. If you're thinking nationally, this is a good thing. If you're thinking in terms of the congressional seat victory itself, it's very difficult. Nationally, this is a great thing. Chiose will get, I think, a lot more support from outside of New York, but you can't win your district that way. His 3 big potential endorsements were all long shots, so they probably personally not going to hate too much. No, they already have come out and said, no, he shouldn't do this. First, they gave teasers to the New York Times. First, obviously, Zoran's team, or maybe, Zoran's team very clearly leaned into the New York Times, and there was a brief blip in the New York Times a couple weeks prior to this, before Ose even came out officially. There was a little bit of a afterthought in a New York Times article, and people were speculating. Okay? Hakeem's district voted for Mamdani, right? That is a clear signal that is winnable for Chi. Hakeem Jeffries' district voted for Zoran Mamdani in spite of Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement, but that doesn't necessarily mean they won't vote for Hakeem Jeffries. It's very different. Voting for Zoran Mamdani in spite of a non-endorsement from Hakeem Jeffries does not mean anything when Hakeem Jeffries himself is running. Is Jeffries even popular in his district? Yes. Yes. If Hakeem Jeffries was as unpopular as Chuck Schumer is, okay, then this would be a much different consideration. To be fair, Jeffries never won a competitive race. He can be beaten. This is also true. Having said that, however, it's going to be quite difficult because you're not considering who Hakeem Jeffries is and what he means to especially the most reliable voting bloc that often goes to more establishment figure Democrats. I think you're not considering how popular Hakeem Jeffries is with the largest chunk of voters in his own district. Okay, especially older black voters, lifelong Democrats who really love that the Democratic Party has a speaker, the most powerful Democrat in the country is a black man. That's huge. That's a big deal. That's representational politics. Like, think about it. For me, I see fucking 34-year-old Muslim socialist. I'm like, oh my God, this is insane. Running for mayor of New York is an exciting moment for me. Beyond his ideology, beyond what he said he was going to do. Is Chi not black? Yes, he is. But he's not the fucking speaker. Hello? He's not the most powerful Democrat. He is unseating the most powerful Democrat in the country. So he's Chinese. Okay, shut up. We're not talking about that. He's partially Chinese, yes. Chatters think if he beats Hakeem, he becomes speaker. Yeah, that's not how that works. Just like AOC beating Joe Crowley didn't make her the treasurer of the Democratic Party, chatters. Joe Crowley was the third most powerful Democrat in the country in an uncontested seat. AOC was able to sneak into that primary and unseat him. She did not magically become the treasurer of the Democratic Party. That's not how this works. The party's own infrastructure is different. It's not determined by elections. Obviously, if that was the case, AOC would have at least become the fucking head of the oversight committee. Here's Chi talking about Hakeem's popularity on your stream back in July.
A lot of love in New York, like even from like libs and folks in the center. But Hakeem still has like a, you know, in the district that he represents, and we have some overlap. People love him. A lot of people do like him. I think there is a sizable amount of folks who have their issues, but you know, older black folks in Bed-Stuy and Canarsie love him. Yeah.
I'm truly shocked. I'm more so shocked at Nancy Pelosi because Hakeem Jeffries was groomed by Nancy Pelosi to be this person, right? Like he's Nancy Pelosi's like hand-selected speaker. And it is actually surprising because like as much as I despise Nancy Pelosi, like he lacks everything that she had, whether it be whipping power or whether it be like, you know, behind closed doors, a deal making. Like I don't like Nancy Pelosi, but I don't like her because of ideological differences, ideological disagreements. But like I would never, ball. But I would never say that she is not like a good politician. Like
How do you think she would be navigating this right now, though?
Oh, he comes, I'm going to punch him out. This is my mom.
I would pay to see that.
Hakeem Jeffries is very weak, and I think that should be Chi's main line of attack, that he is nationally unpopular, but also on top of that, he's very weak and he's not a good enough fighter, and we need a fighting party. We need Democrats to fight like hell. Actually really stick it to the Republicans, right? What is this? You wouldn't say that to his face? Hakeem's face? I couldn't because my knees would grow weak. My underwear would fall. I would be overcome with sexual desire. Hakeem Jeffries' sensual figure would absolutely destroy me. His presence, his aura, his sexual prowess. I would be overcome with emotion. First, excitement, and then ecstasy. As a national figure in the party, he's weak, but as a local politician, he's very popular. As half the battle, she is crushing his popularity locally, and then he also has to offer virally popular policy positions Jeffrey's not able to mimic and take on himself. Yes. Yeah, he has. Hakeem Jeffries has conqueror's hockey, and he would use it on me. He would cook me. I too am sexually attracted to cardboard boxes. Okay, well, you're joking, but I'm being serious. All right, I gotta pee.
Getting serious about primary challenges.
Yeah, and it goes all the way to the top with a city councilman poised to challenge Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Our senior political reporter Henry Rossoff live for us at City Hall with what you knew to, and what you need to watch out for. We thought that maybe AOC would primary Chuck Schumer, but there might be others.
Yeah, well, that primary would be years down the line. We're talking about congressional primaries next year, and candidates already coming out of the woodwork, both in style and substance, copying Mayor-elect Mamdani. And as you say, this goes all the way to challenging the top Democratic leader in the country right now.
I'm New York City Council member Chi Osei, and this is my new series, Why Not Working?
Known for his edgy and engaging social media videos filmed around the city that look and sound a lot like
We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani's, now Brooklyn Councilman Chi Osei, a big backer of Mamdani, is trying to capitalize on his momentum. He's filed paperwork to run for Congress against Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, although he's stopped short of a formal announcement. Leader Jeffries seemed confident when asked about the potential challenge.
Come on in, the water is warm.
If anything, the water is downright hot across the city. Osei is the leading edge of a wave of left-leaning Democrats, some aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America, looking to seize congressional power. In addition to the challenge Jeffries is facing in Brooklyn's 8th congressional district, Dan Goldman in New York 10 is expecting a challenger. Grace Meng in New York 6 in Queens has a primary challenger, as does Richie Torres out of New York 15 in the Bronx.
Hakeem Jeffries, Dan Goldman, Grace Meng, who are squarely in their prime, who have very effective constituent services and have a strong record of public service. It is tough to make an argument against them.
All of this Democratic infighting will unfold during the first few months of the Mamdani administration early next year. And just yesterday, the incoming...
Yeah, he's worried that this is going to not only make things more difficult for him in New York politics, it's going to make things more difficult for him in terms of like his governance. It's just too much controversy. He doesn't want to rock the boat at all. I'm putting an early parlay for Hakeem to use Hasan as a way to take down Chi. Oh yeah, that'll definitely happen for sure. I mean, that they'll try it. But it's not, I mean, obviously it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't actually work. I think it's incorrect to comment on this at all. He's shanking his left flank way too early. Yeah, I think that's because Zohran is somewhat green. I will say that. Okay, I will say that. I think Zohran is kind of green, and that is the reason why they tried to nip this in the bud instead of seeing how it plays out, because I think he thought instead of seeing how this plays out, I think he just wanted to stop it from happening at all because he was worried. She would also basically be a New York City DSA proxy versus the Dems. NYDSA would be putting in a lot of hard work for a very, very hard election, harder than versus Cuomo. Some people are worried that means leaving other local elections short-staffed. Exactly. No, that's precisely what the internal consideration is. It's whether or not this actually cuts the wind off the sails of this now growing momentum, because now you look like a spoiler, right? It's not impossible Zohran and Jeffries have made a deal in the primary for Jeffries to not endorse Cuomo or something similar. Obviously, who knows? But it could be the calculation. Okay, well, who gives a shit? That was behind closed doors.
Through cold water on the idea of Osei challenging Jeffries.
I believe that there are many ways right here in New York City to both deliver on an affordability agenda and take on the authoritarian administration in the White House.
But his attempts to pick and choose who gets a primary challenger may be in vain.
The DSA is on a hunt to take out as many incumbent establishment Democrats as possible.
A spokesman for Congressman Goldman told me of the prospect that he and others could face serious primary challenges, says this is really not the time and place for Democrats, especially on the national level, when they're trying to regain one of the three seats of power, and namely they're thinking their best chances in the House. So he said in the era of Trump, this doesn't seem appropriate to him. That being said, he fully expects a challenge, just like the...
Yeah. Here is where is it? Here's a Pix 11 exclusive that Zoran gave, where he basically specifically demanded that she not do this.
As you've seen, your election has created a lot of buzz. Now that the midterms are underway, that seems to be the focus, but your name...
Do you believe Zoran thinks Xi might be better served working with him in his current position too? No, that's not. There are a million incredibly talented people begging to fucking work in the Zoran admin. That's not a thing. Not to say that she wouldn't be great in whichever position he would get. No, the main consideration is what I told you. I'm telling you exactly what it is. I'm literally spelling it out for you. I know for a fact, okay? It is the incredible difficulties of being the New York mayor and the allegiances that you need to fucking set so that you can even be the mayor, okay? So that you can even do the... Please stop joke, Xi and Zoran. What are you talking about? We're talking about Xi Ose, man, not Xi Jinping. We're talking about New York politics. Okay, calm down. It's fears of doing the job without having all of these allies, or rather having them develop tremendous amounts of resentment against you, and you need those people. Let's be fucking real. Right? But it's also like Zoran, I think, understands that he represents something greater than himself. It's not just about being a good mayor for New York, even though that is a major consideration, but it's also about delivering on an agenda to the best of his ability, no matter how modest or how incremental these gains might be. And that actually represents a movement, right? That actually represents proof, and proof that the left flank of the party could actually be successful and deliver on the promises that they made. And therefore, that opens up the floodgates for more and more left flank candidates to unseat establishment and institutional Democrats.
It's created a lot of buzz. Now that the midterms are underway, that seems to be the focus, but your name is still being dragged into the midterms, right? Let me talk about Hakeem Jeffries for a moment, who now may face a challenge from Chi Osei, who is a member of the DSA. You said that there are local issues that Mr. Osei should be focused on, maybe should remain a councilman. Are you saying he should not run against Hakeem Jeffries?
No, I'm saying that I think the focus should be right here on New York City. I respect the work that Councilmember Osei has done in the council.
But what does that mean? Should he not run?
I think that right now is not the time to be engaging in that kind of a primary. I think the focus should be on delivering on this affordability agenda.
And what do you make of your name kind of being pulled into this? You know, for example, Dan Goldman versus Brad Lander, and whether or not that's going to be a thing with Alexa Aviles, who is a member of the DSA. Folks saying, well, Mr. Mamdani is going to support Mr. Lander. Does he have your support?
You know, I haven't made any formal endorsements in any of these races. And I think, you know, I had the other day someone reach out to me and say, I didn't know you were considering that person for a commissioner. And I was like, I didn't know I was either. There's a lot of things that I'll read in the newspaper, which will be news to me as well.
Yeah.
And I think...
Fucking hell, dude. Holy shit. Again, he has a lot of considerations at play here. I don't know how you dance around this subject, because that would be a story in and of itself. And it would, no matter what, his lack of endorsement would be a story given how close they are, right? Ideologically, and also just close in general. This is the annoying and shitty aspect of politics. I think there's the fact that Chi Osei did so much to help create Zoran's platform with his team. Now that Zoran's going to be in power, maybe this isn't the time to leave the place where much of that platform will have to be enacted for a quixotic primary campaign against a politician who's unpopular in America but popular in his district. Yeah, this is not the same kind of primary. It's not. I think the best thing that Zoran could have done in this situation was to just, say, hey, I can't be thinking about this right now. Okay? I can't be thinking about this right now. I can't be thinking about this right now. Him not endorsing Lander is crazy work. No, it's because, again, this is New York City DSA internal politics to a certain degree. Brad Lander left New York City DSA. I like Brad Lander, for the record. I think he's great. But he left New York City DSA after October 7. And outside of that, there is a DSA candidate on that race. There is a DSA candidate that is most likely going to run for that seat. And that is the reason why he is not doing that. Yeah, the DSA pick is likely Avies. Alexa Avies is endorsed. Jeffries is also just a House rep, 2 years, and you can take down Big Dog again once Zoran gets love for administrative success. It's New York City DSA. It's New York City DSA politics taking place here. And that's the reason. I don't even think Brad Lander has officially. I don't think Brad Lander has officially come out and stated that he's running yet, right? Aviles, it's one L. Sorry, I said the name wrong. I want to know why Lander isn't planning to run for governor and unseat Hochul or something. My God, seems far more advantageous for a target for him to aim for. Even if that was a consideration, you can't do that right now. You can't say that right now. Like Zoran can't say that right now.
What New Yorkers should know is that every day I wake up and I think about the affordability agenda. I think there will always be an attempt to make it a story about something else, but the most important thing is,
and there's a different challenger for governor
Do
anyway.
you see it as a moment for the DSA as a whole, as they now chart to challenge some of these institutionalized names? Do you see it as a moment?
I think the moment in this time right now for members of New York City DSA and New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs is the opportunity to fulfill the agenda that brought so many into politics, which is how do we make life easier for working people? That's what has animated so many for so long. Now the difference is we have the opportunity to deliver on it.
And a couple rapid fire, because I know we're nearing the end here. I know you've been asked this.
I'll say is as DSA as Hasan is, not wrong. I mean, he's more DSA than I am, but I get the point that you're trying to make. Having said that, there are definitely caucuses within the DSA that's looking positively at going after Hakeem Jeffries.
A million times, are you moving into Gracie Mansion? And when will you make the determination?
I have to make that decision with my wife, but as soon as we do, we will let you know.
If you don't, are you staying in that one bedroom?
That's probably where I would be if I didn't go, but we
Your
haven't.
chat got fucking weird since you've been in China? I don't think so. What do you mean? This is understandable diversity of opinion on an issue like this. This is exactly how my chat would be in a circumstance like this. We're not going to be instantly united on something, especially as like this is super close to many people. Many people that are in this community are straight up in these rooms, in these caucuses, within the New York City DSA infrastructure. They're not.
And also for the swearing in, do you have any plans on where that's going to be and who's going to be there?
I have to be honest, I don't even know what I'm doing in the next 30 minutes. So I don't know.
I know what you're doing.
I don't know about the swearing in as yet.
And lastly, I got to get in a question because this is big. I know you're a soccer fan.
Yes.
World Cup. I'm also a soccer fan.
All right, the rest of this is whatever. Your subreddit is brutal, Mamdani. They think he's a lib because he won't commit to firing cop boss. Insufferable. Who cares? So I think the major thing here from my perspective is like, this is the whole point. This is the entire point. The Democratic Party is nationally weaker than it's ever been. Hakeem Jeffries is nationally an incredibly weak candidate for good reasons. He is a very powerful candidate for the congressional race, obviously. He's very popular in his district. Having said that, it's a gamble, for sure. Even with Zoran, AOC, Bernie Sanders' triple endorsement from the start, it would still be a very difficult race to win. Make no mistake. And it's virtually impossible without their help. Having said that, this is supposed to be the whole point, right? In the absence of a viable third-party alternative, this is supposed to be what we are doing. This is what Zoran did as well. Now, of course, the situation was very different because that race was, there was a dead-in-the-water incumbent, right? So that was a much different mayoral race if you are looking just at the race itself and not the larger trend lines and larger consequences of what a victory like that would spell. But yeah, Michael Lange is not wrong about his assessment, where he said there's a 10 to 15% shot right now for victory for Chiose. Power map. Chiose's primary challenge of Hakeem Jeffries is the natural next step for DSA's Zoran victory, and he can win. Aaron from Queens says, respectfully disagree with this. There's no analysis of vote margins. Using raw vote totals is less helpful. The era of Operation Power is sadly over. Should be relied on for a field plan. There is not many votes in Brighton Beach. Zoran lost Coney Island by 30 points. The easiest way to take Chi and DSA to a historic win is to rely only on these northern precincts, picking up 17,000 votes in AD 55, 56, 57. However, part of the reason to run this race is that we have an opportunity to expand and grow on that coalition by running a robust, well-trained, and unrelenting ground game across the district by reactivating the dormant Operation Power Coalition. Okay, this is so inside baseball. You are still that fat little rich boy deep down inside? What? The fuck? Dude, it's so weird watching a YouTube video with you talking and then switching over to Twitch. Dude, let's watch some copium about Ossoff taking the lead, Lamau. Maybe this shows that your analysis is not the best. I'm just saying. Professionally wrong chatters coming in to be wrong over and over again in the chat. Is Zoran a fighter because he's showing a little belly? A little bit. But yeah, it has to get tiring dick riding people who are always wrong like this chatter. No, I think as long as they have a sense of community amongst other professionally wrong people, they're pretty happy. It's not like anybody ever calls into question their political analysis. They're fucking anonymous. Also, the youngest person ever to be elected in New York City Council is Ern Plauditz for an impressive understanding of new media, beating back Central Brooklyn's atrophying Democratic machine. Also, he won his council seat 4 years ago with little institutional support, a guerrilla effort of door knocking, creating mailers, and millennial-focused social media. His chief legislative accomplishment, the FAIR Act, which prohibits the act of charging tenants for the fees of a broker retained by the landlord, was was one of the most renter-friendly and impressive legislative accomplishments over the past few years. This is a huge deal, by the way. And it speaks to what he can do with even the limited amount of power that he has. Armed with robust communicative instincts, Osei's future is undeniably bright. 27-year-old talent that could easily raise millions of dollars and galvanize scores of volunteers. Nonetheless, Osei is choosing one of the steepest hills to climb, given Hakeem Jeffries has remained powerful fixture of Brooklyn politics for 2 decades. Jeffries ran for state assembly twice versus incumbent Roger Green. Ironically, the young corporate lawyer campaigning on change and reform was a top choice of the urban professionals class he now openly derides, but lost both times only to look into a vacancy with Green, foolhardily ran for Congress. As a legislator, Jeffries played a key role in the passage of several criminal justice reform bills, while his campaign coffers remained flush with funds from Wall Street and corporate law networks. Mike from PA believes in Xi more than you do. No, I believe in him. I'm supporting him. I'm simply saying that it's a tough race, which it is. I don't even care about the internal division in New York City DSA about Chi Osei. And I don't think Michael from Pennsylvania would disagree with me on how tough of a race this actually is. He recognizes it too. I'm sure he's just hopeful. He's hopeful that because this is a very impactful race. This has the capacity to really kick into high gear if this was successful, and only time will tell whether or not the chances will improve. Obviously, the early hits from his closest allies is not a great start, but if successful, this would be an incredible change. I would go so far as to say this could potentially be more consequential than even Zoran's mayoral run for the future of the left flank. I think that, like I said, I wish that Zoran didn't actually immediately go, don't do this. Like, even if that was his analysis, there is no reason. There is no fucking reason for him to say, don't run publicly. No reason whatsoever. Because the lack of endorsement speaks for itself. He has more power than he has more power and more prominence than he thinks he has. And these guys fucking despise him regardless of what they say behind closed doors. Hakeem Jeffries and the establishment Democrats, they see him as a threat regardless. But because he has more power and more prominence and more influence in the national side, like the National Democratic Party's base of support, one of the most popular Democrats almost instantly, especially paired up with the fact that Hakeem Jeffries basically didn't fucking endorse him until the very last moment. And even then it was like the lightest, shittiest endorsement of all time. He has every opportunity in the situation to just not say anything and then let that no endorsement speak for itself and then see which way the wind blows and then lean into that direction if he was going to be tactical about it. You know? Do I like China more than New York City? Yes. But it depends on which city you're talking about. Okay. Maybe to distance himself from Xi, it makes it look like they aren't undermining Hakeem, but that would be some real long con shit. No, but it doesn't. I understand that is the reason why he's doing it, but like, no matter what Hakeem Jeffries has told him behind closed doors, like, it doesn't matter. He is going to always oppose the agenda of progress. Hakeem Jeffries' position, and the reason for why he's in the position of power that he is in the Democratic Party, is because he is anti-left. He's anti-progressive, more so than fucking Nancy Pelosi was even. Like, openly contentious to that kind of politics. He's Mr. Corporate Donation. He's Mr. APAC. It's ridiculous to even stand by his side in any way, shape, or form. No matter what kind of a tactical decision you're making, it's still, he's going to fuck you and others like you. In local politics, Jeffries maintains a lower profile. He's repeatedly sparred with New York City DSA, whom a spokesperson of transplant himself has referred to as team gentrification. Yeah, that's how they call it all the time. Jeffries also counts relatively few tried and true allies compared to his congressional contemporaries such as AOC and Nydia Velázquez. He eschewed allying himself with Eric Adams, who concurrently rose through Black Brooklyn politics, but took a hands-off approach with respect to the mayor's myriad of scandals. This year, the House Democratic leader sat out the Democratic primary for mayor, only issuing a tepid endorsement of Zoran once the result was beyond doubt. The Brooklyn representative remains closely allied with organized labor, the governor, and the state's congressional delegation. Most importantly, for the purpose of the discussion, Jeffries remains well-liked throughout his majority black working and middle-class district. Yep. New York's 8th congressional district spans more than a dozen neighborhoods in Brooklyn, stretching from gentrifying Clinton Hill and Bedford-Stuyvesant through many of the city's preeminent black communities, low-income Brownsville and East New York, middle-class Canarsie and Flatlands. The southern Brooklyn portion, which includes Sheepheads Bay, Gravesend, Brighton Beach, and Coney Island, remains a sizable geographic portion, home to many more politically conservative immigrants from the former Soviet Union who scarcely contributed in Democratic primaries. Hence, the vast majority of the Democratic primary electorate in New York 8 comes from either the district's left-leaning gentrifying pockets, college-educated renter majority, younger, or its predominantly black neighborhoods, diverse class character, older, less college-educated, where politics is less ideological but more centered on institutions and relationships. In the Democratic primary for mayor, Zoran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo 58% to 44% across the 8th congressional district. That number is a terrifying one, I think, for Chi. It's not a great number for Chi. Mamdani won by trashing Cuomo in both Clinton Hill and Bedford-Stuyvesant, 76% to 24%, blanketing the tree-lined brownstone blocks of central Brooklyn with enthusiastic canvassers, while maxing young voter turnout with sharp messaging and attentional hegemony to voters under the age of 45. Mamdani was ubiquitous. Leaks from the DSA meeting. Oh, yeah, there is a new mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani will personally attend New York City DSA candidate forum to try to convince the socialist organization not to endorse City Council member Chiose's planned bid against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Zoran is currently speaking at the DSA forum. As expected, Zoran is encouraging DSA members not to endorse Chiose's congressional primary challenge against Hakeem Jeffries. He says the most important thing for the left right now is to deliver on the agenda he ran on, and endorsing Osei could jeopardize that. What makes Chi different from Hakeem is his energy. Older libs won't be as apprehensive as someone from the community. That's who Hakeem was back then. Convincing white people is another issue. No. Convincing white people for Chiose is not a problem. Not even remotely a problem. I know for a fact that it's not convincing white people. White people would love to vote. Like the college-educated gentrifiers, ironically enough, they were Zoran's base as well, and they will be Chi's base as well. It's going to be the older black voters that are the most reliable voting bloc, especially in the primaries, that He's still mad that Chi backed the other guy for mayor and primary. What are you talking about? Chiose was they did the dual endorsements and stuff, but he was literally Zoran's guy. You're wrong about that. It has nothing to do with that. I'm telling you how it is, straight up. I promise you. I promise you. I think if Chiose had the same exact policies as a white dude, it would be over anyway. But I think him being black makes it easier for him to convince the boomers. However, it will still be very difficult because Hakeem Jeffries is not only from the community, but also a black man with a lot of power in the Democratic Party. That plays a big role in representational politics, especially for the reliable black boomer voting bloc. That's huge. Either way, it's a win-win for Dems. People need to see rising stars alongside the leader earning his bones. Yeah. I think the scared narrative here, the fearful narrative here is that people think that he's going to, he will demand too much attention and separate all these other races that the DSA is going to be pushing on. And also on top of that, he would, if he lost convincingly in the primaries, then that makes the left momentum look bad. It basically cuts the wind from the sails of this like broader left flank takeover. That's it. They think it's not strategic. But that is why I said it's like he signed it. Oh, Trump signed it. Yeah, AOC says also that Jeffrey's primary challenge is not a good idea. The Epstein bill has been signed, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder what we will see from said Epstein bill. I think winning against Hakeem is kind of impossible. I don't think it's impossible. What does Zoran say? It's always impossible until it's done. President Trump says he signed the Epstein files legislation. I wonder why he didn't make a big show of it and did a lid before signing it. New York politics is very machine-oriented and he has a political machine behind him. His base is solid and his presence in the community is a tough race that is more likely to lose than win and draw resources from easier seats. Yes. Madiba said that. Nelson Mandela said that. And Zoran Mamdani said that. Well, he didn't say that. He was just... Bro wrote so much, bro. Jesus Christ. Wow. Donald Trump says he's meeting with Zoran Mamdani, whom he calls a communist mayor, this Friday in the Oval. That's so stupid. Thanks for educating me on the subject. Can I now repeat back to you your take but pretend it's mine? Yes. Well, don't repeat it back to me, but repeat it to your friends if you want. That's why I give it to you. Deflecting final boss. Do you think the calculation DSA is making on Chi versus the one Zoran is, making him could be different. Like Zoran's thinking about successful rep on his policies. The essay's thinking, is this guy actually a socialist? What? For who? For Chiose? Ah, man, this is going to be a tough read. Jesus Christ. Wait, what did he say on Zoran? No, True Social is unavailable. Someone screenshot it and send it to me. Jeffrey Epstein, who was charged by the Trump Justice Department in 2019, not the Democrats, was a lifelong Democrat, donated thousands of dollars to Democrat politicians, was deeply associated with many well-known Democrat figures, such as Bill Clinton, who traveled on his plane 26 times, Larry Summers, who just resigned from many boards, including Harvard, sleazebag political activist Reid Hoffman, minority leader Hakeem Jeffries, who asked Epstein to donate to his campaign after Epstein was charged, Democrat Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, and many more. Perhaps the truth about these Democrats and their associations with Jeffrey Epstein will soon be revealed, because I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files. Hold on. Where the fuck was it? Okay. As everyone knows, I asked the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, very good guy, love Mike Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader John Thune, don't love him as much, to pass this bill in the House and Senate, respectively. Because of this request, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passage. At my direction, the Department of Justice has already turned over close to 50,000 pages of documents to Congress. Do not forget, the Biden administration did not turn over a single file or page related to the Democrat Epstein, nor did they ever even speak about him. Democrats have used the Epstein issue, which affects them far more than the Republican Party, in order to try and distract from our amazing victories, including the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill, strong borders, no men and women's sports, or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, lowering prices, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history, ending 8 wars, rebuilding our military, knocking out Iran's nuclear capability, getting trillions of dollars invested in the USA, creating the hottest country anywhere in the world, and even delivering a huge defeat to the Democrats on the recent shutdown disaster. For years, our great nation has had to endure Russia, Ukraine, impeachment hoax 1, impeachment hoax 2, and many other Democrat-created witch hunts and scams, all of which have been so terrible and divisive for our country and have been done to confuse, deflect, and distract from the great job that Republicans in the Trump administration are doing. This latest hoax will backfire on the Democrats just as all of the rest have. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So, how do I feel about this? I think that Trump could not stop this release at all because there was too much momentum boiling. And I think Marjorie Taylor Greene played a big role in that for sure. As much as I despise her, I have to admit, because she is like a true card-carrying MAGA loyalist, a cultist, right? And when you start losing allies, or when you get criticized from your right flank on that front, obviously, especially at a time when all this other stuff that he's talking about is not actually yielding positive results for his base. He's withering away at the margins, like all of the people that weren't firmly invested in the cult. All these people that were not firmly in the Trump cult have been slowly but surely going, okay, dude, you did transgender for everybody, but like, you know, the groceries are still expensive. Electricity bills are skyrocketing. Affordability is not getting any better, right? So who gives a shit? And that's part of the reason why he can't afford to lose the loyalists with a right flank threat. I mean, he was getting destroyed on the Epstein shit too. According to the new market poll, 57% of Republicans were disapproving of the way Trump has managed it. 73% of men disapprove. 74% of women disapprove. 74% of people overall disapprove. When you lose the majority of your base, the most significant part of that is the Republicans. Republicans approve of everything that Trump does pretty much at 80%, no matter what. The very fact that he had a 57% disapproval on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff meant that he had to fucking do something about it. This is why I kept repeating over and over again that this issue is actually far more consequential than people give it credit for. People do not understand that because this was such a galvanizing factor for like the QAnons of the world, and the fact that like even the average Democrat sees the Jeffrey Epstein stuff as like, or the average Republican sees the Jeffrey Epstein stuff as like one of the only forms of class expression that you see. Because it's basically the living, breathing proof of like a lot of these conspiracies, and also the living, breathing proof that billionaires are up to some fuck shit. It ended up being an issue of consequence for him at a time when he is uniquely weak. So he had to do something about it. And this is what he is doing about it. Having said that, it's very obvious that he is going to position this as, he's going to do his very best to position this as a, what was I going to say? Yeah, he's going to position this as a Democrat thing. It's like, oh, he's going to try to reinstill some sort of partisanship into this conversation. Because every time the battle lines are drawn on a partisan, in a partisan manner, people won't be as focused on his own personal associations with Jeffrey Epstein. You understand? And that is why I suspect that we will not be seeing a lot of Trump, potentially anything new of Trump and his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, or even many Republicans for that matter. More details from the closed-door meeting. Closed-door New York City DSA meeting with the groups considering endorsing Chiose's congressional run is underway. Per sources, Ose said in remarks that Hakeem Jeffries uses race as a shield while he fails to fight fascism. Sources tell me Ose said he knows there's skepticism in the room. Zohran Mamdani is potentially going to appear to argue against endorsing Ose, but told DSA members he's committed to fighting for true socialism, to take concrete steps to end the genocide in Gaza. Mamdani has arrived at the meeting and is in line to speak against the idea of endorsing Ose per sources. So, yeah. Damn, rap fuck by your own boy. Okay, guys, you have to remember, okay? This is the shitty side of being a politician and doing politics, okay? Like I've said already, my biggest criticism of Zoran here is the fact that he came out with an anti-endorsement, like with the fact that he said, no, you shouldn't do this, and is like actively petitioning to stop Xi from doing this. I think that's a major mistake. And I can still chalk it up to his relative inexperience. I have complex feelings on this race. I like Xi and I strongly dislike Jeffries, but I understand why Zoran can't look like he's supporting this without risking losing the support of Albany. He needs to fund his programs. That's the same reason he's keeping Tish. What do you think? No, that's part of it for sure. I just don't think. I just do not think that this is proof, like this loyalty to establishment Democrats will actually help him get the necessary allies from Albany and the New York Democratic machine. Do you understand? Like, it's clear that he wanted to stop this from happening because he was like, don't rock the boat. Please don't rock the boat. And you're rocking the boat. But now that the boat is being rocked, coming out against them publicly is I don't think going to win him favors with Albany at all. Like, there's no guarantee that these guys are going to actively support Zoran Mamdani and bring him into the fold and see him as a somewhat more progressive ally firmly within the New York City Democratic Party infrastructure. Bernie didn't endorse AOC when she beat Crowley. Yeah, but that's an entirely different situation. And I don't even know if he didn't endorse AOC, but that's an entirely different situation. AOC was an unknown at a time when there was no like left flank momentum. Justice Democrats had just recently formed. Shouts out to Kyle Kalinske and Cenk Uygur. Okay. My two unks. But that was a surprise victory. Very different. Surprise victories can still happen, especially when the national party is too busy elsewhere. That is where the left has the maximum opportunity. This is not a surprise at all. This is the opposite of a surprise run. There is tremendous amounts of attention from the Democratic Party machine towards left flank candidates that are actively opposing them and trying to fucking run in and take them out of power. Okay? Joe Crowley didn't even fucking run in that primary at all. He was just like, why should I? I've been winning this safe seat year over year. Who is this random bartender? She's not going to do shit. She got no motion. You feel me? Hakeem is weak and unpopular? No. Hakeem Jeffries is weak and unpopular in the national. Hakeem Jeffries is weak and unpopular nationally. But this is not a national race. This is a district race. And Hakeem Jeffries is very popular in his district. You guys are wrong. That's why it's a tough race. When you're nationally unpopular, that's still good for Xi because a lot of progressive younger voters will dump money into your fucking coffers because they want to unseat Hakeem Jeffries. Having said that, however, Hakeem Jeffries is the minority leader. He's the speaker of he is the Democratic Party's most powerful figure right now. He has unlimited funds. He has the entire Democratic Party machine on top of his serious popularity. Yeah, he has a 69 to 72% approval in his own district. There is no comparison between Zoran Mamdani in the primary to Hakeem Jeffries versus Chiose. Partially because Zoran Mamdani won. And that creates a lot more attention. That creates a lot more attention on other primary races for the institutional Dems that don't want that to happen again. Okay? So post Zoran Mamdani victory, there's obviously benefits for left flank candidates to run, but there's also a downside. Do you understand? Anyway. Some inside baseball, it is very hard to unseat a high-ranking member, especially a leader, because of how involved they are in getting stuff for their district. We don't think about it, but what they do for their district does matter. Yes, absolutely. And comms with their constituents as well. As a leader, he has infinitely more resources in dealing with his constituents. Yep. Zoran won 39% of the vote in Jeffries' district in the general, and Jeffries won 41% back in 2021. Like, Jeffries is still popular. Yeah. That means if Chi loses, the momentum is torched? I don't think so. I don't think so. But that is the fear that people have. Because the media absolutely will be like, oh, Chiose lost. Obviously, the progressive movement is over. It's done. The voters have decided that they want institutional Democrats, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't matter. It's only consequential if you make it consequential. If you can still overpower through that conversation and point to other victories, it's fine. You'd be saying AOC shouldn't go against Crowley during the primary with this argument? What the fuck? No. It's not the same situation regardless. It's not the same situation at all. Anyway. I'm in support of this because I'm in support of this on principle. Okay? Straight up. I'm in support of Chiose here because I am in support of this on principle. The now is not the time argument works for certain things, right? I totally understand if you're talking about like building a robust third party movement, right? It doesn't fucking exist at this stage. Or fomenting socialist revolutionary sentiment amongst the American proletariat. That's not a real fucking consideration. Let's be real. But given how weak the Democratic Party is, and given how weak Hakeem Jeffries is on the national scale, I think that these are attempts that must be made. And I don't think people should be that fearful. People should be bold. People shouldn't worry about being bold in this moment. Is anyone saying for him not to run or just not to endorse? No, they're saying don't run. Anyway, here's what Donald Trump said about Zoran. Communist mayor of New York City, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, he's doing the Barack Hussein Obama. I love that. Has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. Sorry, I misunderstood. Do you think you should run against Jeffries or not? No, I think it's good. I think it's good to try and unseat establishment Democrats. I'm praying for a joint press conference. I will lose my fucking mind. Dumb for Zoran to go to the White House. Trump is going to do a humiliation ritual by having Netanyahu there same day. No, he's not going to do that. But he will do a humiliation ritual regardless, yes. You're right about the humiliation ritual, but I think Zoran is charismatic enough to overcome that stuff. He is a wheeler and dealer. It is one of the... He is a silver-tongued devil, okay? This will be good. And this will boost his profile, I think. It will show that he is a reasonable person. It will show to onlookers that he is reasonable. It will show to onlookers that he is solid and he is an adult. What is this? He is on MS Now right now. Ooh.
Mr. Mayor-elect.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Is the White House meeting real? Who knows what's real these days, but do you understand it as a real thing?
We did reach out to the White House, and my team reached out because of a commitment that I made to New Yorkers, that I would be willing to meet with anyone and everyone so long as it was to the benefit of the 8.5 million people who call the city home and their struggle to afford the most expensive city in the United States of America.
MS Now, dude. This is not working. I don't think. How do you arrive Hong Kong? Plane. I'm calling it now. He's going to love Mamdani. He's such a nice kid and quite handsome fella too. This is how he vibed with the last Muslim in the Oval Office.
Mr. President. That's another league, Mr. President.
This is AI, man. Right? Isn't this fucking AI? Wait, Asin posted this? This looks like AI. What the fuck? Trump's movement looks so crazy. Is this not AI? Wait, why does he look so fat?
That's another league, Mr. President.
It's real?
That's another league, Mr. President.
I don't think I've ever seen him move like that. What the fuck? That's so strange. That was fucking strange, dude. That was a strange ass look. All right, here's Zoran on MS Now, MSNBC.
And I feel like, wow, you're much more pleasant than I thought you were. Right. And I think this is part of a campaign where there was an attempt to make New Yorkers stay up at night worrying about me, when I knew that New Yorkers were staying up at night worrying about their ability to afford to live in this city. And what we're finding is the fear is unfounded, that we're going to build a city that everyone can afford. And right now, with about 40 odd days until I become the next mayor of the city, we're hard at work at the transition. And if that is something that you would like to be a part of, go to transition2025.com, make sure you contribute so that we can build the city hall that we deserve.
You infamously put out a video asking people to stop sending you money.
Yes.
I should note that the money through the public finances system doesn't apply to the transition. You have to raise money to pay the people that are working on the transition.
Yes, there's no 8-to-1 match. That is why I'm here trying to stop call time in its tracks. Make the appeal direct.
Yes,
people across the country.
Look at the camera, and you have to do less call time. Your staffers are going to be very happy that you got that into the camera. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Thank you, my friend.
Masking my depression. I felt I was missing out on the moments around me. So my doctor prescribed Rexall.
Look at the artifacts and any blurred out spots where Sora watermark would be. No, it's not. I don't think it's artificially generated. If all of these guys posted it, that means it's real. It's probably real.
It's another league, Mr. President.
Mr. President. And Trump doesn't give a fist pump. I grab that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand.
What the fuck is this? Bro, this is fucking nutty, dude. This is actually nutty. It's AI, you old ass motherfucker. I think it is too. I've never seen this. First of all, he looks crazy. He looks fat. He looks so fat. It's real. They showed it on Hannity last night. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. You understand why I'm saying it looks fake, right? Oh my God, it's real. Wait, is this a real Getty Images watermark? Is this a collective hallucination moment? He is fat, bro. No, I'm just okay. I think you guys understand why I feel like this is fake, right? Because the way he's moving, his mouth, like the smoothness of his movements, it unironically looks like AI. Also because like it's not something that I've ever seen him do. I mean, we've seen this motherfucker on TV nonstop. I just have never seen him move like that. He doesn't get this excited. He's so stoked to be around MBS. AOC has huge power here. If she gets the other scholar members on board, they could outright block Jeffries from getting leader position. Okay. We're moving on from this. AI couldn't get the finer details of the library consistent. True.
It's on the league, Mr. President.
Mr. President, and Trump doesn't give a fist pump. I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been. I grabbed that hand. When remember Biden? He travels for 20 hours, gets out.
Bro, the last time he took his tongue out like that was for Bill, you know? That's crazy. Cleaned Bill up real nice. I cannot believe this. I mean, it's real. I am saying it. Yes, it's real. If someone gave you $10 billion in oil money, wouldn't you stick your tongue out, kick your feet, and go in for the belly rub too? Sure. Trump is excited because he wants to touch the orb again. Bro, I think Trump is excited. One man and a dream. Because he's... Trump is excited because he fucking loves MBS for his money. You're right.
Bump. No. When you get out of the plane and you got the future king and the man who's one of the most respected people in the world, you shake his hand. You don't give him a fist bump, right? We don't want to ask you about that, but I can't imagine you were thrilled. You were like a little bit surprised. He's a fantastic guy. You don't do that. Yeah, please.
We're going to... It's another league, Mr. President.
Chatters, I believe it. I believe it's real. You don't have to prove that it's real. I don't think you realize how cool he thinks it is that MBS killed that reporter. That's why he's stoked. Yeah, he's like, I want to kill, you know. You think when the cameras are off in private, he's like, you know, listen, Muhammad. I wish I could chop up some of these journalists myself. I, for one, totally understand what you did for Jamal. Bad guy. Very bad. Didn't like me very much. Sometimes when I'm on Air Force One and the press pool is asking me questions, I think, why not me? I could also put them in the embassy just like you did. Chop them up with a bone saw. He was calling a hot mic, saying something about him. No, that wasn't on a hot mic. He just directly was asked the question and responded with pretty much what I said. You know, bad guy, Jamal, bad guy, not a very good guy. Doesn't like me very much. Are you still hitting Orland on the way back? Yes. Yeah, no, I'm not joking. I heard him say that Khashoggi deserved it. or implied that Khashoggi deserved it. Genuine question, why did the U.S. intelligence snitch? It wasn't. It was Turkish intelligence. Adam Carlson says, between this and Jessica Tisch agreeing to stay on as NYPD commissioner, Mamdani's really asking what he calls his political home to stomach a lot this week. To be clear, I think both moves were strategically smart, but at some point you got to dance with the one that brung you. I'd have to imagine he throws DSA / his base a bone in the next few weeks. Yeah, it was in Istanbul. It was in the embassy in Istanbul, which, you know, obviously they fucking... They obviously had mic'd to the gills, right? I would like to aggressively denounce my... Oh, here. So, he did the Kasky, friend of the show, Cameron Kasky, HasanAbi head, is running. And he did the straight rip of Zoran here.
On the move, reaching new heights, and rushing towards the future.
Do you ever feel like you were being watched or monitored in China? I mean, there's a fuck ton of cameras everywhere. So on that front, and they're very visible. They're not even like in America and in other places, like the CCTV is like somewhat hidden, not in China. But no, I don't feel like watched or monitored in any capacity. Also, I have a camera on. Chatter. I've been literally filming myself on American platforms, on Chinese platforms, virtually every single moment of the day. Who the fuck is going to monitor me? There are less hours in the day where I'm not live than I am live in front of a camera. They literally have 40 cameras on a pole, but to be honest, the transparency feels better than being secretly filmed. Cam just uploaded an anti-Israel ad.
These leaders just can't keep up. My name is Cameron Kasky, and I'm running for Congress because there's no real path forward for most Americans. You and your family are working all week just to spend most of your paycheck on rent and health care. Meanwhile, the richest people in our country are telling us that we can't afford real solutions like social housing and Medicare for all. No, we can only afford genocide, Palantir mass surveillance contracts, and ICE thugs. I'm running because we need people in Congress who are going to do something about it and work on laws that help all Americans. Isn't that crazy and radical? Turns out we actually can build a society where we're feeding children instead of tearing them away from their families, where streets are lined with federal housing and small businesses instead of the National Guard.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere.
Now, I've been taking on members of Trump's regime since I was literally a teenager. Senator Rubio, can you tell me right now that you will not accept a single donation from the NRA in the future? I never dreamed I would get into politics, but then a disturbed 19-year-old was able to legally purchase an assault rifle and murder 17 people at my high school. My classmates and I learned the hard way that this shooting didn't happen in spite of the American system, it happened because of it. And this is a system that is failing you at every turn. But out of that tragedy, my classmates and I were able to get millions of people all across the country to take it to the streets and call for real change. Now, nearly a decade later, the country is even more violent than it was. And we need leaders who aren't going to coddle their billionaire donors, who won't support a genocide, and who aren't going to settle for flaccid incrementalism. New Yorkers don't put up...
Did you have this guy on stream not too long ago? Yes.
...with hate and bigotry. New Yorkers
Cam is a
look out for
HasanAbi
one
head.
another, and New Yorkers lead the way, which is why it's up to us to take back our future. I'm Cameron.
Isn't that the girl that like went viral on Twitter? The cute girl that went viral on Twitter. There was like a bunch of like what was it, like hot girls for Zoran girls that were talking about how they were voting for Zoran and everyone was like losing their fucking minds over it. There were people that were just like super mad.
I'm Cameron Kasky, and I'm running for Congress because it feels like our party has no future. So we need to invest in a new generation of leaders to take on the fight. Please donate to me online. All of my opponents have a lot of very rich friends. I can't necessarily say the same thing about myself. I'm Cameron.
That's Ella Devi.
Kasky, and I approve this message.
This guy's such a fucking fraud grifter. What the hell? Why? Why are you saying that? Brother, he is literally a community member. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Mike doesn't like him? Okay. Oh, well. He refused to condemn Hasan Piker. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, this guy, Pete Panuccio, retired 39-year-old veteran of the NYPD, says, when is the next interview with Hasan Piker? Your constituents would like to know. And it's like, bro, you're a 39-year-old retired cop. Why the fuck do you know who I am? And Cam Cassidy said, I would like to aggressively denounce my good friend Hasan the Hun, someone who's been very supportive to me on a personal level for years and who I harshly stand against with fear and contempt. I learned from comments on a clip from his appearance on your stream that an insane amount of people think that there was no school shooting law. That's crazy. Yeah, keep trying this chicken little act about Hasan, old man. He's running against Jack Schlossberg in New York 12. Going to be a hard primary? No, the fuck it's not. Jack Schlossberg is like devoid of any fucking policies. He's like, he is inevitably going to drop out. His presence in this race is not a bad thing. It boosts the national prominence of the campaign. Him being Kennedy royalty does not mean anything. He's a TikToker, bro. What are you guys talking about? The real problem is there's a crowded primary. If anything, it'll help siphon votes away from others that could be more impactful against Cameron's run. Yeah, his Israel position on his website is incredible. His Israel position is so airtight, by the way, that fucking Zay Squirrel basically endorsed him. Do you understand how, like, that's like a bad empanada endorsement? Like, do you understand what that means? Squirrel won't endorse me. There's like 3 total endorsements you've ever gotten. Look at this, why this person thinks Cam is a grifter. Let's see. What? Was underemployment? The guy's a fucking fraud grifter. Blake, he posted a video of him being mean to a Palestinian. Yeah, I mean, okay, let me explain something to you, okay? Cameron is pretty young. And also definitely moved through the motions of being somewhat of a liberal Zionist towards the direction of anti-Zionism over the course of these last 2 years. I am, by my position as someone who has been a loud and proud anti-Zionist for many, many years, I have, I guess I have a lot more I'm a lot more understanding of people changing their perspective over time. It's called growth. As a matter of fact, this is why I vehemently disagree with my left flank anti-Zionist counterparts on methods of how to achieve a broader coalition and a more successful movement, really, that can have impact down the line. Okay. Examples I have given, examples I have shown is obviously Quentin Quarantino, who I interviewed on the stream, who also comes from a Jewish neighborhood. He is Jewish himself and went from being pro-Israel after October 7 to moving in the direction of liberal Zionism to anti-Zionism, and became such an avowed anti-Zionist that he literally was on the Sumud flotilla, right? He got detained and kidnapped by the state of Israel. Those, not Tarantino, Quarantino, the Instagram account. He owns the Instagram account, Quentin Quarantino. I think a lot of people are less forgiving of this sort of thing. Not Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino is a massive Zionist and literally lives in Israel. Hold on. Where's the other one? Where's this video on Israel? He did a video, 58-second video on Israel alone as well.
We need to stop providing aid to the state of Israel, and I'm going to tell you why. The colonial violence we've seen this country carrying out will not stop with the genocide in Gaza. It will not stop with the illegal annexation of the West Bank. This was never about the hostages. This was never about Hamas. This is part of a bigger and deadlier colonial project. Bibi Netanyahu, a wanted war criminal, has publicly stated that while his extremist government carries out the genocide in Gaza, he feels like he is on a, quote, historic mission and feels a connection to a greater Israel vision. So what is Greater Israel? The concept was enshrined in 1977 in the founding charter of Netanyahu's Likud party, which states that from the Mediterranean Sea to the River Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. So when people protesting crimes against humanity say from the river to the sea, let's be clear, they're not the only people talking about this. A two-state solution, the popular moderate position for Democrats, is not enough. If we continue to arm the state of Israel, the colonial violence will only expand.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Be for real. Look at that. The coveted squirrel endorsement. That is insane. Okay? I looked at the campaign website, and Kamikaze states clearly that it supports an actual arms embargo in Israel, explicitly rejecting the offensive defensive arms that J Street Zionist propaganda used by AOCIA and Bernie Sanders to launder their opposition for it, and support for. By the way, I like that the anti-Zionist flank has like their own Maoist standard English now. To launder their opposition to it and support for continuing to send 99% of weapons and essential military infrastructure to a regime they pretend to believe is committing genocide. And unlike AOCIA/Sanders, Kasky also states he will support sanctions against Israel. As I have been saying for a long time, this is the minimally necessary position for anyone who is actually anti-genocide to have, and it is the only way to stop and punish it. If you don't support an actual arms embargo and sanctions on Israel, you are lying when you pretend to believe it's committing a genocide. Every political candidate who claims to be anti-genocide must be judged by if they meet this minimal standard, and I'm glad that Kasky has clearly stated alongside Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Summerlee, Al Green, Thomas Massey, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Wait, there's nothing wrong with this. I'm just laughing at the AOCIA mention. This is correct. This is the appropriate position to take, and Democrats should be taking this loudly and proudly, even from a partisan perspective. It's utterly ridiculous that they do not. You were in their last thread. Here, Sarah Hurwitz refers to Soviet anti-Zionism as being responsible for opposition to a precious Israeli death cult today. This is probably confusing to those unfamiliar with the Zionist ideology, but it's a core tenet of it. All Zionists from Barry Weiss to Ben Shapiro to Chuck Schumer and Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro believe that Palestinians aren't real, but an invention of the KGB and the Soviet Union to oppose Israel as it was allied in the U.S. in the Cold War. So Palestinians as nationality and people are a Soviet anti-Zionist invention, and all the Zionist Israeli mass rape and murder from them eliciting opposition is just a continuation of Soviet communist evil plot against the Zionist Jew Ubermenschen. Literally all of them believe this. Barry Weiss was taught this as a toddler by a deranged Zionist father and mother. This is why you look at Zionist discourse, it's filled with the most insane, fanatical, anti-Soviet hysteria. They constantly talked about how horrific the Soviet Union was and used as a primary metaphor for evil today. Leading anti-Soviet Cold Warrior neocon CIA assets were fanatical Zionist Jews like Richard Pipes, as detailed in this thread. While the USSR was initially pro-Israel and played a role in its development, they very quickly became anti-Israel, as Israel was a base of operations in the Cold War for the United States of America. To successfully, as they did, destabilize any matter of pan-Arabic nationalism that was oftentimes socialist in nature and also not in support of Western colonialism, because it was a response to Western colonial design. Although, for modern Russia, of course, the allegiances are more complicated than that. Did you see the populist billionaire running for in California? Yes. I wish you'd stop shouting out people who lie about you and what you say. Oh, you mean squirrel? I don't care. Like I said, as long as they're... everyone's doing their own things, okay? Yes, I know Tom Steyer. Tom Steyer is back. A favorite from the last primary season in the general election. Not this last one, but the one before in 2020. All right, well, I think I'm going to have to cut it short today. There's no IRL portion today, because I have to break down my setup and I have to get ready to travel. Later in the night, I might rip a Bilibili stream alongside my friends. I don't know who will be streaming in Hong Kong, if there is a night stream at all. But we are traveling to Hong Kong today. And then tomorrow at the same time, I'll be live from Hong Kong. And I will be... I'll be live from Hong Kong, and I will be going to Shenzhen tomorrow. The travel between Hong Kong and Shenzhen is like 15 minutes by train. So, very excited about that. No IRL stream on the way to the airport? No, there is no IRL stream on the way to the airport. That would be crazy. So yeah, no quandos. Shout out to Penny and the team out here, Ito and Kelvin, who will not be joining us. In Shenzhen, I'm going to be testing out all the new tech, seeing one of the, seeing the future of China. We've seen the past with Beijing. We've seen the current. We've seen the harmony between East and West in Shanghai. And we've seen everyday real Chinese existence in not officially, tier 1 style cities in Chongqing and also in Chengdu. And now we go to Hong Kong, which until last night I did not realize was not fully integrated into mainland China. I thought it was, but there is still, it's still considered a Western. It's still considered like a European city, basically. Are you going for a Macau day trip from Hong Kong? No. When you land back in LA, it's going to literally feel like you traveled back in time a couple decades. Lol, rip. I know. Anyway, love you all. And I will see you later.